maybe a little better in certain situations, but that's just what he is. He's an elite receiver, and I'm happy we have him, and it's great to see. So let's keep it up, and let's go Lions.
Appreciate the phone call.
And I think one of the reasons that he is underrated nationally is because he's not like, you look at Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson, most of those throws that go to those guys are downfield throws. They're averaging 17, 18 yards a reception, and Amon-Ra's right there around 12 yards of reception, 11, 12 yards of reception in his career. But it's the volume of the throws. He catches everything, and whenever you need, great to have Justin Jefferson. I love him. I think he's awesome. Jamar Chase, I think he's awesome. There's a lot of great receivers. I don't know if there's anybody that's better than Amon-Ra St. Brown.
No, I'm still mad at him. For the record.
For faking it, for doing the celebration.
That is emotional and psychological abuse.
And that's kind of scarring. I got you.
248-539-9797. The celebration, if people missed it, he was celebrating his second touchdown. He started sprinting out of the end zone and then faked a hamstring injury and went to the ground. And that wasn't right, Amon-Ra.
Not cool.
Don't do that to us.
Not cool.
Justin is next. Hi, Justin.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I want to touch on the Terry Arnold thing. I find it interesting, especially with Lions fans, that they kind of lose sight of the fact that they draft for their system and their team. And I think if you watch a lot of the secondaries over the weekend, you might see some tackling that is less than stellar. And I think with the Lions prioritizing that, I think they're maybe less looking for a shutdown style corner and a guy that can just cover, play the system, and tackle. And I think that is something we lose sight of.
Do we underappreciate his ability to tackle? Probably. I mean, it's part of the game that it's weird, right? You never want your guys in the secondary to make a bunch of tackles. You want your guys on the defensive line to make a bunch of tackles. But when the guys in the secondary are called upon and have to do it, get a guy to the ground.
I mean, if you watch some of the games, if you focus on it, you'll see some guys just throwing themselves at people with their shoulders like rockets. And when you see Terry Arnold and some of the guys in our secondary tackle, they tackle like football players. So I think
hit and wrap.
Really underrated thing.
Yeah, you look at the Lions' leading tacklers in the game yesterday. Jack Campbell, linebacker, number 1. Brian Branch, safety, number 2, tied with Terry Arnold, Alex Anzalone, and Derek Barnes. DJ Reed was next up there with 5 tackles. But you're right. I think it's a great observation. These guys tackle. They don't just try to throw a shoulder block into you and take you to the ground. They'll hit and wrap and bring you to the ground.
And I think, too, with the way they draft, I think Isaac Tesla is a good example where he said Brad Holmes told him, you were my favorite receiver. You weren't the most talented, but you were my favorite. And I think that is what we should be thinking about is this guy the right fit for the team? Because you don't want a guy that can cover all the time, but if they run at him, he's going to fly over him or whatever, Just fundamentals are pretty sound.
Justin, appreciate the phone call. Let's go to Scott on a cell. You're next. Hi, Scott.
My champ is the Detroit Lions. Nice comeback after the Green Bay game. My chump is Ben Johnson. Ben was in the spotlight as a great offensive coordinator for us, but then when he went there as a coach, he might have some input, but I think he gave all of his best plays to the Lions before he left. And how many more good ones can he come up with? And he is a coach, not a coordinator. So thoughts on that?
Why couldn't he run the same plays he ran in Detroit?
I didn't say he couldn't run them. I said come up with more good plays other than the stumble bump. I mean, how many more great plays do you think Ben Johnson has in him?
I think there's a ton of them. I think that he's working with a second-year quarterback. I think Ben Johnson will be fine. I think the Bears will end up being a tough team at the end of the season. And for them, they have a chance to be a playoff team maybe as soon as next year. Maybe some people think this year. But, I think Ben Johnson was a really good offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions, and it helped that with the support cast he's got. Starts with the head coach, and then, oh, by the way, players.
Am I wrong for thinking that the foundation of a great offense, the foundation, isn't necessarily trick plays? Because I got that feeling that caller thinks that the foundation of a great offense is trick plays, and they don't have an expiration date.
No.
Whatever he ran in Detroit, he could run in Chicago. He doesn't need to come up with more. If you're going to be successful offensively, trick plays are a facet of it. But are they that important? Are they? One thing I know about trick plays, players love them. They keep them excited. They get fired up to run them. It keeps things fresh. But they are like this, how many are you going to run in a game? One, maybe two?
Well, how many have the Lions run in 2 games?
Trick plays?
I don't think any.
Yeah. Has there been any trick plays this year for the Lions? I can't think of one.
Amon-Ra St. Brown was in the backfield, got a couple handoffs. I don't even consider that a trick play. It's a different lineup.
I guess I don't consider. I thought of those because Khalif Raymond he also had a carry in the game. But I don't know if that's a trick. I don't know if I'd call that a trick play. The trick plays to me is like flea flickers.
Well, let's just say if he were still
hook
here,
and lateral,
if Ben Johnson were still
an extra
here,
tackle and whatnot,
I wouldn't be worried about can he come up with new trick plays.
Yeah, I don't care about the trick plays. They're fun.
They're fun.
A lot of fun, particularly when they work. And they're devastating when they don't.
Well, they can be. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So apparently the Lions don't suck. Look, they were bad in week 1. There's no doubt about it. And it's okay to be disturbed by what you saw. But the season wasn't over. At this point, I am not reserving a trip to Levi's Stadium for a Super Bowl either, but far more encouraging. And look, if you look at the last 3 seasons, this one included, there's far more evidence that the Lions are what they were yesterday than what they were in week 1. I think it's easy to project right now after 2 games that this could be a fistfight, Lions and Packers right to the end. You don't want to bury Minnesota. You do want to bury Chicago, but it's probably even early to do that. But Detroit and Green Bay, Green Bay won round 1. Bravo, well done. And you look great. Packers, you look great. They have to go on the road too and play tough teams, and we'll see how they respond. Detroit responded. That's one of the absolute cores to their success. One of the things that they do better than most is they respond. Dan Campbell talked about it in his postgame yesterday. We'll talk about it with Jared Goff this week. It's why they haven't lost in a season back-to-back games in years. And, they used to – it's just still hard to believe that this is the Lions product. But it is, and that was good and very, very encouraging. They ran the ball behind that offensive line, and they protected the quarterback with that offensive line. And defensively, they took it away. And these are things that they took it away with 3 turnovers and 2 turnovers on downs, including stuffing back-to-back quarterback sneaks on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. That series, by the way, first down was a 9-yard gain. Yeah. And then they turned it over on downs, the Bears did. So, look, the defense and the offense did some showed that they're capable of some of the critical components of being a successful team in the NFL yesterday with their play on the offensive line, which is why you made them champ of the weekend, and the defense's ability to take the ball away.
I suspect that this year, at some point this season, we're going to see them lose back-to-back games, even though they haven't done it in like 2 years. Just because the schedule is that way, and it should happen at some point. But it didn't happen this week. And I think that goes to a lot of the credit goes to what they're doing from the top down. Mm-hmm. I think it speaks to the coaching staff led by Dan Campbell, but I think it also speaks to the players that they're getting in. It's not just guys that love football and tough guys that grit and all that. I mean, guys have to be coachable. They have to be, willing to listen to criticism and apply what's being told to make themselves better. And I think that's a big thing. So when you hear each year when we go through the draft and so-and-so player came to visit, I think it matters. When they sit down and talk to these guys at the combine or in meetings leading up to the draft, all that matters, those conversations, because they want to have guys that are coachable, not just the guy that's got the most talent in the world, because if you got all that talent in the world but you're not coachable, you're not going to realize your potential. They want guys that can get that and beyond.
248-539-9797. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. John is next here on 97.1. Hello, John.
Hey, fellas. Shout out to this show. It's my favorite show. I listen all day long on Odyssey.
Well, thank you, John. We appreciate that. I'm sorry, where are you?
It's Sarasota, Florida.
Nice. All right, cool. Thank you.
I'm the macho man.
Oh, see, that's where you and I we walk in lockstep, except for wrestling, Gator. Which leads me into my shout out. You're a metal guy, and I bet you're the one who does the best bumper music, or is it Kang? Because it can't be Doug, is it?
Well, it's not Doug. It's not me. It is Kang.
I'm messing with you, Doug. You're kind of nerdy.
The more shots
that didn't
fired.
really help. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. No, that just they come up randomly in the bumper music. I have nothing to do with it, Kang. I don't know if you have anything to do with it. Just comes randomly, but whoever puts them in is.
Well, you're the only one that does metal, so like almost every time, and I know all the songs. So listen, thank you. Then shout out to Kang. You guys just entertain me. Look, I too would like to say that my chump softly is Amon Ross St. Brown. That I totally bought that, Doug, and I know you did too. I thought he was hurt.
Why are you messing with us, Amon Ra?
Right? I mean, Go ahead.
We just dealt with Scooble, right? And then you see this, and look, Tarek may be okay. We hope he is. But when I saw that, I'm like, whoa. And then he's messing with us?
Yeah.
Not cool, Amon-Ra, not cool.
Some of those after or post-play celebrations, they're just getting a little too much for me. But I'm an old guy yelling at the clouds, sometimes when it comes to those things. So, but one more. Okay, and I got to take up for my boy. My champ is, again, there's all kinds of them. But Jeff Rieger, who I don't always like everything he says or does, but gall darn it, he came at Ben Johnson because Ben Johnson asked for it. We aren't the one that did the backhanded comments heading out of town, and he said the quarterback instead of Jared, and I just think Ben's a little too high on his own supply, if you will. You know what I'm saying? I think I don't know. I don't like him, but I do like my man Jeff Rieger. I watched all you guys come up from Ann Arbor talk radio, and you're just the best, and you become the best pros. And Gator, you too. I didn't quite follow all of your career, but I think you've been around 20 years, so good on all of you.
Appreciate it, John. Thank you. Rieger definitely made it uncomfortable for Ben Johnson.
That he did.
248-539-9797.
In fairness, he makes it uncomfortable for all of us.
Let's go to Brian in Detroit. You're next. What's up, Brian?
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right.
I like to say that my champ is Pat McAfee for his take on the coverage of the Charlie Kirk situation. And also, my chump is me for doubting the Lions. They looked amazing yesterday.
How heavy did you doubt him? What were you thinking this time a week ago?
Well, I was thinking about 9 wins because I knew that. Frank Ragnow just leaving, or not just leaving, but retiring all of a sudden. That really kind of put us in the clutch. And after seeing that first game, I was like, oh man, maybe this is worse than I thought. I went down to maybe 5 wins or whatnot. But after seeing that explosion yesterday, looking forward to that Ravens game and knowing that they don't really have a stellar secondary like that, I'm really looking more optimistic. And, I really did jump the gun there, like a lot of other people. So, but yeah, I'm looking up now. But yeah, as far as Amon-Ra thing, as far as him getting the credit that he's due, I'm really, really passionate about my Detroit athletes getting the credit that they deserve, when they're good and whatnot, and, getting noticed nationally. But, I remember in 2003, I believe, when he was snubbed for the Pro Bowl. Then after that, he kind of balled out, like, okay, well, then watch this. Then I believe he got named first team All-Pro, right? And isn't that kind of like being called the best receiver in the league, in a sense, in a way?
You just don't hear it, though. You may get the accolade after a season, and it's from from the AP or whatever it is, but you don't hear the talking heads speak glowingly about him like they do of a Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. But I think after a game like last night, where you end up with 3 touchdowns in the game, and it's his first 3-touchdown game, that's going to change the narrative.
Yeah, I understand that.
He did, though. He did get named first team All-Pro. That's a valid point.
2 seasons in a row, mind.
Yep.
I think that people had that 4th-round pick thing in their head, like in the back of their mind still. And then when you see Justin Jefferson making all these spectacular catches and everything, all that stuff is. So,
yeah.
My other point was that despite all of this, I still think he's undervalued. That's what I said. It may sound crazy, but I think he's actually underrated. Even though people think he's a top 5 receiver in the game, I still think that they're underrating him. He might be the best in the game.
248-539-9797. I mean, you know what part of this is? Part of it is when you win a Super Bowl, and you're a big reason why, the public perception of you changes. If you are a critical component on a Super Bowl winning team, the public perception changes, and they haven't done that yet as a team.
Well, neither the Vikings or the Bengals.
That's true. But if anything that he might be coming up short, if he is coming up short, and again, who cares? Who really cares? But if he is coming up short, I think that could be the game changer for him. But, Colin Bryant was right. I mean, 2-time All-Pro. That's not Pro Bowl. All-Pro is these are the best players of their position in the game. And he does get that acknowledgement. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. More your Champ and Chump votes on a Victory Monday. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is powering up the savings on EVs all month long. Lease a new 2025 Silverado EV courtesy vehicle for just $367 per month for 24 months with zero money down. $367. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. So that's Brian Branch. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 A Ticket.
So they felt kind of betrayed.
Well, I mean, whatever you need. I could see why when he left and they kept hearing over and over and over that it was him. He was the reason that you would take it personally, and that's okay. And hey, look, it's worked for them, man. Worked for them yesterday. 52 they put up. 248-5.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They put up 52 points.
They did what?
52.
Well, there must have been a lot of defensive touchdowns. No?
Just executed.
Was the offense good?
Right down the field and scored. Offense did a great job.
Wow, I really kind of find that hard to believe. Wait a minute, let me just confirm this. First time in franchise history, the Lions have produced a game with 500 total yards, 5 passing touchdowns, and 2 rushing touchdowns. Oh, wait a minute. That sounds like it's impressive.
There you go. Speaking of impressive, the Kansas City Chiefs are 0-2. Let me take you back to bold-ass predictions.
Okay.
Do you remember Kang? He had one bold-ass prediction. And his bold-ass prediction was the Chiefs will miss the playoffs.
Is he celebrating already back there?
Yeah, he kind of was.
Yeah,
he kind of was.
I was celebrating that Doug was acknowledging me. That's all.
No. We all saw what you did.
Yeah, I did this because Doug acknowledged me. Yes, Doug. Yay.
I acknowledge you a lot, but that's a hell of a bold. That's a DAP.
That's not doing this. Shaking your arms left and right. That's not the humble move. The humble move is like heartfelt.
Yeah, that's right. He is kind of right.
Thank you so much.
You got to work on your nonverbals.
Blank being humble, man.
It's not over. Right?
It's definitely not over. But I will say this: the last time the Chiefs were 0-2, 2014, they did not make the playoffs.
Oh.
I was watching bits of it last night. Mahomes had overthrown Thornton on a wide open play. I'm like, wow, is this it? Are we seeing the end of Patrick Mahomes? And then 3 plays later, he throws a similar bad deep pass for a touchdown to Thornton. I'm like, all right, maybe not yet, but I think there's some cracks in the armor there for sure. Look, you can't be great forever.
No.
You can't. And they've had an amazing run, but they've also had a bunch of injuries that kind of decimate that team. They have to rebuild like everybody else, hang another year on the quarterback who's dealt with injuries himself. It's destined to come down at some point, but you can still play at a very high level. It'll be interesting to see the rest of the way if that is a playoff team or not. But they're nowhere near as formidable as they used to be.
They don't appear to be. Mark is in Detroit next year on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
What's up?
Hey, I got to get in my champ.
Okay.
My champ is got to be Jared Goff. Now he's not known for being athletic as far as running, jumping ability, but for him to have the QB vision to see the Detroit Lions leap section with the kids and try to jump up there and make it in there, that almost put tears in my eyes. Him interacting like that.
He was rather critical of his own ability to make said leap. We'll probably talk to him about it this week when we speak with Jared on the show. That was cool, and so was the 17 consecutive pass completion.
16, I think.
Was it 16? I thought it was 17.
So that was great.
The only thing that stopped them is they took him out of the game because the lead was so big.
That's right. He was the only quarterbacks in NFL history to complete at least 75% of their passes in 4 straight games with 25 attempts or more. Jared Goff and Tom Brady. That's it.
Interesting.
He's been on some kind of heater.
And my chump would be Sharon Moore, even though he was suspended. But I feel like him not taking Bryce Underwood off the leash, letting them run and throw cost us a game. And we seen, even though it's not the same opponent, but we at least felt like we would have had a chance if he'd have been running and throwing. So I got to chump Sharon Moore for not taking him off the leash early and letting him at least attempt to learn the hard way.
Did you have 11:21 as your time, Doug?
Finally.
Yeah. The first comment we've had about college football, an hour and 21 minutes into the show, and it was exactly what I was waiting to hear at some point.
They finally, dude was 2 games into his career. It's remember the work in progress thing we said about the young O-line?
Yeah.
It was a soft launch of Bryce Underwood. Got it. But they're giving him more on his plate every week. More on his plate. If they played Oklahoma in week 3, it might have been different. the good news is in this day and age of college football, that one loss doesn't kill their season.
Does not.
But yeah, I mean, they themselves in the building, I think, were like, yeah, maybe we should have. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of season to be played, and each week he's getting more on his plate.
Did it look like it opened up a little bit more on Saturday? Yeah. I mean, it helps you're going against Central, right?
Yes.
But he was pretty dynamic when you run for over 100 yards and you throw for 270 or whatever it was, and all those touchdowns. It was impressive. The young man has a ton of talent.
I was out and about Saturday night watching college football, and somebody came up to me and said, God, they finally took the leash off Bryce. And I'm like, finally? It's his third career game.
But you know this was going to happen.
Yes, I knew it was going to happen. And I think they'd tell him, the truth is, I think in the building themselves, they'd say, yeah, maybe we should have. But they did what they thought was best for that game against that coach and that defense. They were perhaps wrong. Adjustments can be made, lessons can be learned, and you can be better moving forward. And they don't want to get him hurt now. And he probably were a couple of occasions where perhaps a slide was appropriate. Because it's not worth the extra 2-3 yards early in a game, and you're probably going to win to take unnecessary hits. But yeah, he is talented. Leo is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Leo.
Hey guys, long time listener. Listen to you guys every day. Got a champ and a chump. The champ is the O-line. Last week I was freaking out. I said, there's no way they're going to fix this in a week. And Dan said it's just basic fundamentals and communication. Darn, he was right. So champs to the O-line. They did a great job.
Yep.
Chump are Lions fans who think they have to use F-bombs in front of families and little children. How can they do that? This is just unbelievable. These are family events. There's little kids, and I know you guys have kids. I wouldn't want my kids to have to listen to that. I don't care who you're doing it to. You can boo, but why do they have to use slurs or cursing like that?
It happens at every game.
Yeah.
I mean, this is nothing new. I don't want to exonerate people or just blow it off, but it really is something that happens at every game.
So it's interesting because I know people do get offended, and there are kids there, and I have my kids with me and stuff like that, and I get it. I always use those opportunities and just say, kids, this is not who you need to be. And I don't want to hear you using that language. Some people do. I personally thought it was a bit much because to me, Ben Johnson was part of our success. And it's really, really cool that he was so good. He got another opportunity, and Aaron Glenn got another opportunity. And I don't begrudge them for doing what's in the best interest of their careers and their families. But I've taken the approach that when my kids are there for stuff like that, I don't need them to not hear it. I need to tell them why I don't think it should be done. Personally, would I ever say F Ben Johnson and chant it loud? No, not my thing. I don't think it's necessary, and I do see the good that he did here. And to me, there's a classier way to handle it. Booing him is part of what he expects. It's fair game. I agree with the listener there. That's not my deal. Not you either, right?
No, it's nothing that I never really engage in that kind of stuff.
If you're going to take your kids to a place, though, where language like that might be used, just explain to them why you don't think they should do the same. I don't think, though, that should be a shield that is used. You can't do that when there's kids there. It's a sporting event, and in sporting events, it's people yell stuff, and kids are going to hear it.
Well, that they do, and if you do, you run the risk of getting kicked out of a game for doing.
You do.
So do it at your own.
I mean, Kang, you got 2 small daughters, right?
Yes, as far as I know.
If you had them at the game, and I mean, how would you handle it? Would you be mad at the fans, or would you just say, let's teach a kid something here?
Well, I wouldn't be happy with the fans. I mean, I can imagine someone looking at my daughter and I going, blank Ben Johnson.
They would look her in the eye.
I don't know, man. Fans are crazy. Well, I mean, I would just tell them, hey, cover your ears, and then teach them, hey, we don't use that language. It's going to happen at games sometimes, and you move on.
They're going to hear it eventually.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, sports fans, I'd like to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. That is Twin Peaks, with restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive of late. Service does miss the mark. Twin Peaks, it's up their game. Starts with their culture. The employees believe in the brand. They produce a better product. The cooks are in there every day at 7 a.m. preparing those dynamite dishes for you. The Twin Peaks girls, it takes extensive training for them, and they deliver an experience no guest can live without, from food and beverage recommendations to just cheering you up when you've had a bad day. No one does it better. And, of course, what brings it all together is sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches, that include all the action that you crave. And, of course, baseball team playing its best baseball in years. College football's in full swing. Double dose of pro football tonight. 2 great matchups starting at 7 p.m. Don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports, because the Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like the house-smoked chicken wings, thighs, ribs, and the hand-cut New York strips. And don't get me started on the bar. Outside of the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at an ice-cold 29 degrees, they boast exquisite craft cocktails featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. And if you're tired of spending $20 on fast food or dining out with a server that just doesn't care, stop by the nearest lodge and see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. That is Jared Goff on their ability to respond. 248-539-9797. All of our football coverage today is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight and protect the empire he has built. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
I start watching it again. I saw the first few episodes of it. I did enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like a fish out of water type story, a mob guy. Mob guy in Tulsa. And
you enjoyed it?
I did. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good, and then I stopped watching it. I need to pick it back up. It's a good series.
Oh, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Joe. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I got my champ and chump. My champ is the Lions offense, but it's pretty obvious.
Mm-hmm.
My chump, the Lions defense, for giving up 21 points to a third-tier quarterback.
I mean, they did create 3 turnovers and 2 more turnovers.
Right.
2 more turnovers on downs. He said third tier.
That's a lot of points to give up to him. Well, yeah, that's a lot of points to give up to that quarterback and that team.
I mean, one of them was kind of irrelevant, but okay, your vote counts, and we'll put you down.
Okay, thanks for talking to me, guys.
See ya.
You're going to
chump him. He's going to chump him. I thought the defense, if they hold opponents to 21 points a game,
they're going to win games.
Yep. But he's going to chump them for that performance. I mean, like I said, his vote counts.
Hook him.
21 points a game would rank them in the NFL. But now he thinks they're a third tier. He's a third tier quarterback. That would put him just outside the top 10.
I think last year they gave up, 20 points a game?
The Lions defense?
Yeah, what did it rank last year? Let's not look at things after 2 weeks and start doing statistics. What would 20 points have done last year? 21 points.
Sorry, give me a second here to bring up the correct stat. 21 points a game would rank you in the top 10 defensively. Last year, they gave up 20.4 points a game.
So
I'm sorry, 20.1. But, I mean, I don't think 21 points is an astronomical total. One of the touchdowns scored late didn't really matter. I mean, I could sit here and say I'd like them to do better defensively, and I think that's an okay argument. But I also would not chump. Chump implies to me that you really, really were a letdown.
Bears did in the first drive what they did in the first drive last week. They marched right down the field and they scored. 8 plays, 74 yards in 3 minutes and 43 seconds. Then the Bears went and punt. I think it was 3 and out. They punted on their second drive. The third drive, again, there was a fumble that Brian Branch forced that was recovered by Jack Campbell. Mm-hmm. Their next drive, the fourth drive, resulted in a fourth down stop. And then the fifth drive was an interception. Still want to chump the defense?
He does.
Okay.
Well, he did.
He did.
All right, let's go to Jake next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, guys. Hope you had a good weekend, and welcome back, Kenny.
He is back.
So a couple things. I'll be quick about it. I have a champ and chump. My champ is the same as last week. It's going to be Tesla for another amazing circus catch. That kid's going to be amazing for us going forward. My chump is Amon-Ra St. Brown for scaring the crap out of the entire Lions fan base.
Not fair.
And then I just had a question about your guys' concern about the Tigers only taking, what did they take, 2 out of 3 in Miami?
Yeah.
Took 1 out of 3 in Miami, right?
Or sorry,
They
1
lost
out
2
of 2.
3.
Yeah, sorry. So with 12 games remaining, a big series coming up with Cleveland, obviously, with them, I think, 6.5 behind. Is there any concern about Cleveland possibly catching up to us, or do you think we're good going in with, Boston, and then I think we have Atlanta?
My concern is if Cleveland sweeps the Tigers, then yes. But I don't expect that to happen. They've got it set up now where it's going to be Mize, Flaherty, and Skubal pitching against Cleveland's pitchers starting on Tuesday night here in Detroit. And, every win counts as 2 for the magic number, and it's at 7 right now.
Our magic number is what, 6?
7.
7, okay.
So they can knock that down considerably.
The injury with Skubal there, you think that's going to affect his start coming up in Cleveland?
No, they don't expect it to. He's penciled in to start that game on Thursday, so we'll see.
Yeah, that was scary. Well, okay, perfect.
Yeah, didn't
thank you
like
guys.
that at all. But hey, thank you for the phone call, Jake. 248-539-9797.
Did not like that at all.
No. I was out and I saw Skubal standing on the mound, and I'm like, that's not Fetter and that's not Hinch. wait a second. He's walking off. This is not good.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm immediately on social media panicked.
Well, after giving up home runs too, he's not. I'm like, something's wrong. And every time that I see something like that, like somebody that normally is great like that, and then he starts to get hit, I'm like, please don't get hurt. Don't tell me you're going to have to leave this game because of tightness or soreness. And sure enough, he did. Fortunately, it was not any elbow or shoulder, forearm, tricep, bicep, none of that stuff. Fortunately.
Just so people know, the actual update, the quote from AJ Hinch was the scan came back clean, so obviously that's great for us and great for him. And now we'll work towards his work this week. Will he start the next game? We're just going to go day by day, said AJ Hinch, and make the best decision we can. I don't have any more details and info until he does more. So that was from Jeff Seidel's story updated over the weekend. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mick, who's next on 97.1. Hi, Mick.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Y'all all right?
Yep.
My champ and chump goes to the same person, like the last caller. Champ and chump goes to Amon-Ra St. Brown. champ for scoring a touchdown, chump for scaring the hell out of the fan base with the hamstring for it.
Yeah, that's not cool, Amon-Ra. We didn't enjoy that.
Yeah, you got to have a better touchdown celebration than that.
Yeah, one that doesn't terrify the fan base. We'd appreciate that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you for the phone call, Mick.
Love y'all show, man. Listen to you every day. I'm going to get in trouble because I listen to you on the job, too. I got to stop this.
No.
See if we can work something out with the boss there. Don't want Mick getting in trouble.
No.
Appreciate it, buddy. Let's go to Wes next on 97.1. Hi, Wes.
Hi, how you all doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, I called in a few times. I just want to give my two different things. One is champ and chump, of course. There's not been a lot of mention about Goff is the champ, and man, he had a great day. Come on, guys.
Yes, he did.
Let's give it to Goff. It's the entire team, but Goff was great.
Yep.
The others, chump being the fans that yelled F. Ben Johnson, that is classless. But now back to your conversation earlier about giving up points, and I think you said last year they were 20.4 points.
Mm-hmm.
But if I recall, last year the Lions averaged over 34 points a game themselves. So I would look more at the point differential. And what would they rank last year in point differential?
I don't know what they ranked in point differential. Give me a second here. As far
I think they've got to be pretty good.
Yeah, I'm sure they were heavy plus.
Because that's like an average of like 13.5 points, I think, if I had the numbers right.
The point differential was plus 222 last year, which was best in the NFL.
Yeah, there you go. See? So this giving up 21. Look, if you win by 31 points, you score 52 points, and you're scoring like crazy, the other team is going to get the ball a lot of times.
Yeah, if you look at
scoring fast.
You're right. Just look at the differential in the game. They outscored them 31-21 with a point differential.
Yeah.
I mean, and as a team last year, they scored 13 more points than they gave up last year on average. I mean, it's almost two touchdowns.
That's fantastic.
It's unheard of.
So I've got no sweat. You know, opening game against Green Bay, they weren't quite ready. You can give all the arguments, but the bottom line is, man, I can't wait till they play Green Bay again.
That's going to be fun. And like I said, this looks like it could be just a fist fight between two really good teams. And for people say hey, it's only one game that they've looked good. You know, it goes back to the last few years. The Lions have looked more like this team the last few years than the team that opened up the season at Green Bay. So if one is going to be maybe a one-off and extreme result, it feels like the Green Bay game is more likely the case. However, Green Bay looks really good. They look really, really good. But there's a lot of season to be played for both teams. 248-539-9797. All right, Red Wings debuted what their Centennial uniforms look like. I want your thoughts on these. Coming up today at 11:47, we'll tweet out a picture so people can see as well. Plus more of your Champ and Chump votes. Open line calls. 97.1 The Ticket.
So a few years ago, I had to get new garage doors for the house. The ones I had were kind of old, worn out, and they just weren't working all that well. And the guys told me years before that, it's somewhere down the line, I'm going to have to get new garage doors. Those guys were Precision Garage Door Service. They're awesome. So Jeff and John, they came out into the house, and they said, all right, here's what you need to do, and here are all the options you have for new garage doors. And I could have been overwhelmed, but the guys talked me through the whole process, and it was really easy and pain-free, and I couldn't have been happier with the result. They were awesome at Precision Garage Door Service. So if you need new garage doors and maybe some repairs, Precision is the place. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
Dan Campbell, offensive line play, much better. Back to your phone calls in a moment. Gator, the new Detroit Red Wings Centennial uniforms have been released. The video that the Red Wings put out with the release, the dropping of the new sweaters, is posted on our website. I'm sorry, it's been posted on our Twitter page at DunGator971. Your thoughts?
I think they're fine.
It doesn't sound exactly like a rousing endorsement.
Well, I'm not going to go out and buy a jersey tomorrow. I'd love the Red Wing jersey as it is. This is fine. It doesn't wow me, but I don't find it offensive by any means.
I think there's
just some cool little things they do are cool, like the little stitching that shows the years of the Stanley Cup championships and stuff like that. But it's all very subtle.
I think they're old timey. I like that. They got this old timey look to them.
Yeah, a lot of stripes.
Yep. But they even
the arms.
Even what they have too, it looks like faded. Like it's like these uniforms they found in the closet, and they're like, "Oh, we packed these away in 1951. Yeah, let's break them back out." But I mean, to each their own. Judge for yourself. At DunGator9, someone go take a look. 248-539-9797. You know, I'm thinking about the whole F. Ben Johnson chant. I think it is misappropriated frustration and hatred. Because Ben Johnson didn't leave Detroit saying, "It was all me, guys." He didn't say that. Ben Johnson didn't say, "Now that I'm gone, the Lions are going to struggle." He didn't say that. Other people said it. And when other people say that and say, "Hey, they're in trouble because of Ben Johnson," and after week one, there were a lot of national voices saying it, it's disrespectful to those who are still here, saying that they're not as big a part of this as they think they are, because and they're not as important as we think they are. It was Ben Johnson was the key to their success, not Jared Goff, not Dan Campbell, not Amon-Ra St. Brown, not Penei Sewell, not Jahmyr Gibbs. Ben Johnson's the one that deserved the credit. So then when they go out and they hang 52 on Ben Johnson, people chanting F Ben Johnson, I think what they really kind of mean is F the people that said it was only Ben Johnson. That's where the frustration or perhaps those cheers should be directed at. Now, you're not going to say that. You're not going to say F the people that said it was all Ben Johnson. It doesn't, because there's no good cadence. So it gets shortened to F. Ben Johnson. I think that's what it really is. And it comes out as F. Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson, you know, people got all worked up about the idea that, you know, he said the quarterback gave us problems. You know his name. I mean, I think that's being a little petty to care that much about that.
I think it's different. I think it's the fans actually saying that because they mean it, and they mean it because he left the fold, and not just that he left the fold. It's one thing to leave, like Aaron Glenn left to take a head coaching job with the Jets. And everybody's like, "Hey, only 32 jobs like that in the NFL. Go ahead and take it." This guy left, and he could have had any job in the NFL. Could have had a job with the Panthers. Could have had a job with the Commanders. But he said no to those jobs. He came back and then left. When he did leave, it was to go to the Bears. That's why they're saying F. Ben Johnson. Like that's the team you wanted to go to? Okay. You want to take us on twice a year? Here's what we got for you. Big old F you, which is what they literally chanted.
I understand that, but Ben Johnson also turned down one job and turned down an interview for another job that he might have been the favorite to get to stay here another year because he was trying to win a Super Bowl, which I think is actually kind of low-key awesome.
Right, but that wasn't the Bears.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Rob in Farmington Hills. Hi, Rob.
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
All right, Rob.
Awesome. So first, Doug, I want to apologize. Last time I talked to you, I told you a weak ass take, but that was a few months ago.
I'm not mad about it.
I didn't think so, but I want to mention it. So anyway, both lines just played amazingly. I'm gonna champ them. I don't know if I can champ both, but I want to because they just completely turned everything around, especially the three interior guys from the beginning of the first game, and they looked terrible, and they looked like they just got it together. The communications thing seemed to be huge, and I want to chump the Minnesota Vikings for just coming out and showing a terrible game after they really dominated in the first week at the end of the game. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Vikings were pretty bad, and yeah, you giving love to the trenches. Look, the success that this team has had, and if you look at the resources that Brad Holmes has put into the trenches in the draft, you know, they clearly believe that that's the foundation for success, and they've done a nice job.
Yeah, they're just going to have to clean up those communication issues when they go to another hostile environment. What do you think they might do?
I don't know, but they're going to find out Monday, right? I mean, you got to be better. Look, they didn't lose a game on the road last year, right? They had veterans. They handled it. And then when they didn't have veterans, there was some miscommunication up at Green Bay. And so it's something that you can clearly get better at. Last year, they didn't have this kind of miscommunication. And I suspect this is what time, experience, more games. The game log has to get longer, right? You've got guys who are just really getting their first taste in the middle of that offensive line. Not Glasgow, but the two guards. We need to add more games to see them grow. And that from week 1 to week 2, it mattered. Home to road communications, obviously easier at home. So, yes, it's a chance to prove that they have grown from that first experience.
It is. Absolutely it is. And I'm excited to see what happens when they continue to move on here. And the next game is not an easy game.
Nope.
You're playing on the road, which is always going to be tough, but, you know, another outdoor stadium. And it's against a very tough team in Baltimore.
You know what's really weird, too? It's weird how here we are 2 weeks into the season. What do we hear? Schedule's brutal, schedule's brutal, schedule's brutal. If they beat Baltimore, these are their next 3 games after Baltimore. Cleveland, is that a brutal game?
Not necessarily. Tough defense.
Yep. At Cincinnati, does that look different?
Looks totally different.
At Kansas City.
It's not going to be easy to win at Kansas City. I mean,
probably not.
They lost to Eagles, who won the Super Bowl, and this was a Super Bowl rematch, and it was, what, a one-score game?
But they are 0-2.
Yeah, but that's...
Look, if they were 2-0, it would look a lot tougher than it looks right now. Who knows what they're going to look like in a few weeks? Who knows what Cincinnati's going to look like without Joe Burrow, but that didn't help. I know Browning won the game. They are 2-0. But, we were dealing with people last week saying they're going to start 2-7. Didn't somebody say we're going to start 2-7? Called up our show because if they lose to Chicago, they're going to lose to Baltimore. And I'm like, well, they beat Chicago. If they beat Baltimore, they're going to be set up to have a pretty damn good start to the season. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jake next on 97.1. Hi, Jake.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Long-time listener, first-time caller. My champ of the weekend is probably going to be the offensive line. I had a lot of doubts about them going into this week. I didn't think they'd fix it all in time, and they certainly proved me wrong. And my trump going to be a bit of a lighthearted trump, but I don't know if you guys were there, but the halftime, they inducted Robert Porcher into the Ring of Honor. And then towards the end of his speech, the mics gave out, and he didn't get to really finish it. So I got to trump the Ford Field mic crew on that one. It was just kind of ended at a weird spot, saying something like how he appreciated the booze, and then it was just silence. So really wish Porcher had gotten the chance to finish that thought.
Gator, did you see it? I know at halftime in the press box there's a lot going on.
No, I was making my way down to meet some people, so I did not hear all that was going on. I heard like a loud cheer at one point, but I didn't follow it, unfortunately.
What? The vote is in. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. People leaning into the Lions' success on this Monday. If you want to talk a little college football, Michigan State will take those calls. Tigers as well, as they are closing in on a division championship. Cleveland with a last gasp effort this week. They're probably thinking sweep. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Maybe the Lions don't suck. Welcome to the show on this Monday. Hey, look, it was refreshing. It was good for the football soul in Detroit to go out and to get a win like that and look more like the Lions team we've been accustomed to seeing the last 2 years than the one that opened the season at Green Bay. Now, that doesn't mean that the performance at Green Bay didn't happen. But what it means is it supports a argument that they really aren't as bad as they looked against Green Bay, that the Green Bay performance by them might have been a one-off. It's also perhaps an indication that what Dan Campbell said about things being relatively easy to fix because it was communication, or that he implied it was relatively easy to fix, was true because the offensive line, they ran the ball behind that line, and that line protected the quarterback who absolutely took apart the Bears defense. And defensively, they took the ball away, which was a strength of the team from a year ago. And yeah, this whole division might be a fist fight with Green Bay right down to the end, so be it. But reassuring to see the Lions look like they did yesterday, wasn't it?
It was great. It was great to see the offense respond the way that they did. I think a lot of that is because they play at home and you can hear each other communicate with the person next to each other. If he wants to say, hey, we need to take this guy, you take that guy, you can actually hear it because it's quiet when the Lions are on offense. Mm-hmm. You know, the other side of that is interesting. Are there communication issues on defense? Because when Lions go on defense at a home game, the crowd is deafening. And it just kind of flip-flops. And I wonder but you never hear the defense complaining about it's too loud, we can't hear each other think. They want all the smoke, I guess. But I imagine communication's a problem there. But it was not a problem for the offense yesterday at all. I mean, they put up historic numbers, averaging over 8 yards a play. It's a Lions team record. They had, 7 touchdowns in the game. And defensively, they come away with 3 turnovers, a couple stops on 4th down. They looked like a very, very, very good football team.
248-539-9797. Monday's Mean Champ and Chump. Gator My Champ of the weekend was Amon-Ra St. Brown. The 3 touchdown catches. Dominant performance once again. Reliable as can be as Goff's go-to guy. 115 yards receiving. The 9 catches on 11 targets. Exceptionally good. Amon-Ra, you are my champ of the weekend.
Mine's the Lions' offensive line, just what we talked about. Over 500 yards in offense, 52 points. Goff was not sacked once in the game. He was sacked, but it was on a penalty, so didn't matter. And they just did a great job. Like I said, over 8 yards a play, which is a Lions record. They were phenomenal.
My chump of the weekend is Amon-Ra St. Brown. That celebration where you pretended like you'd hurt your hamstring. Not cool, man. Not cool.
No.
Didn't like that.
Particularly after Scooble got hurt the day before.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Scooble seems like he's okay.
It was abusive, emotionally and psychologically abusive.
Yeah, dude, that's Bogue. Don't do that.
Yeah.
My chump is Dondre Tillman of the Broncos. He was called for leverage on a 60-yard field goal attempt at the end of regulation. The kick went wide right for the Indianapolis Colts, and it looked like the Denver had won the game by 2 points. Alas, they did not because of the leverage call against Tillman. Now they get to kick the ball 15 yards closer. 60 yards becomes 45 and becomes a game winner for the Colts. Tillman is my chump of the week.
248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. Brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Let's get back to your phone calls. Bill is in Madison Heights and on 97.1. Hello, Bill.
Hello, guys.
What's up?
Hey, well, champ and chump. Can I do my chump first, then the champ? Or
sure. No, go for it. That way. However you want.
Okay. Well, my chumps. I know it's 2, but I just want to get it in there. I just
gotta get one. Just one, Bill. One chump.
Okay. My chump is Ben Johnson, 0-2, and my champ is Jared Goff. Not because he threw for 5 touchdowns, but he provided one of the most epic moments after a touchdown I've ever seen. Amon-Ra gets it. He goes over there like a gazelle. It looks like he barely jumps. He flies into the stands, and then here comes my man Jared, and he just jumps and he barely made it to grab onto the edge of the stands, and the fans are trying to pull him, and Amon-Ra's trying to push him. That was epically funny.
It was funny.
and just to point out, I just wanted to point out to people too that, yeah, I think we all had concerns, about the coordinators and everything, but Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn are now 0-4 to start the season. So I don't know if that makes, I don't know if that really means anything or.
Yeah, I mean, they took over a bad team, so you kind of expect it. But at the end of the day, it's a lot easier to deal with than if they were 4-0.
Yeah, but it just kind of goes to show you that, coaches, and a lot of it depends on the talent that they have. I mean, it's not as much as Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn as you thought it was. They had very good players.
Yeah, well, players do matter. Yes, the players do matter. It's early for both of them. If you're a Jets fan or I would say the same thing if the Lions were in those situations. 2 games into a regime, you don't know. You just don't know. And so they need some time, obviously, to get their own guys in there and give them a chance to turn it around. But is it a little bit easier psychologically, the fact that these two are both 0-2? Maybe a little bit. As long as the Lions are good, that's all that really matters. If Aaron Glenn has great success at the Jets, good for him. Ben Johnson, I don't mind if Ben Johnson has success, but I want you to come up short of the success that's being had in the division by the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Aaron Glenn.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Derek in Detroit. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Derek.
Hey, how are you? Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
My chump is the Lions fans for the F. Ben Johnson thing. I mean, I think that's so classic. They did the same thing with Matthew Stafford. Somebody, that gives you what they had, and, okay, they moved on. They got the right to move on, okay? My champ, and I am no Jared Goff fan, but my champ is Jared Goff. And, I guess by virtue by extension, the offensive line, but he played one heck of a game. Now, if they do that in Baltimore, then I'll believe again in what their future holds,
Why are you not a Jared Goff fan?
Because he's a Stafford fan.
Because I'm a Stafford fan. Well, that's not true. I want him to succeed because he's the quarterback of the Detroit Lions. But having said that, I just don't think if you can't move, we can't go far if you can't move, and I mean, this is not any reflection on him as a person, as a man. You understand? It's just that, I just have the way they've discarded him. That was disrespectful. Don't get me wrong. The Rams coach, okay, but
Sean McVay.
He had a fantastic year last year, and he had a fantastic game yesterday. So keep it up. And I want all the Lions players to succeed. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, if you look in recent memory, and look, if you think mobility for a quarterback is a requirement for them to have success, I would offer up the previous quarterback in Detroit who wasn't mobile, and Matthew Stafford won a Super Bowl. Tom Brady won a Super Bowl. Joe Flacco, right?
Tom Brady won like 7 of them.
Yeah. So if you think it's a requirement though to win, then I guess you will not like or be a fan of Jared Goff.
No, it's definitely not a requirement to win, but it's absolutely it's the new wave quarterback of today's NFL.
There's ever been before.
Yeah, this is what that is part of the game, but it doesn't mean you can't win being an old school pocket passer. I mean, some of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. That's what they were. But things have shifted. Things are changing, and I think the Lions can still win with Jared Goff because Jared Goff's awesome. Doesn't move around all that great, but you know what? If you watch the game on Sunday, he moved around enough to buy himself the time, which is all you ask for. Other people want him to not only just move around, but then take off and have the 4.5 speed to run downfield and get the 30-yard gain. You're not going to see that from him, and it doesn't matter. What matters is just advancing the ball, keeping the team on the field, and scoring points, which is what the Lions do.
Yeah, you're not going to ever see that from Jared Goff, of course. But the mobility thing, I think people just want a little bit more out of him. But you said this last week, Gator, and I think it's maybe more true than not. He might be the last of a dying breed. And I'm talking just not mobile at all. You know, like Tom Brady, greatest quarterback of all time, was not mobile at all.
Brady, Peyton Manning.
Yeah. But I think those guys are in the past now. I think moving forward, even the great quarterbacks will be more mobile than Jared Goff. And I think it's because the pool of players you're picking from now are different than they were 20, 30 years ago. People are just more athletic. They train earlier. They play different sports. You know what I mean? So
Totally
I think
different.
Before, I think you picked a guy like, hey, you can only play this position. But now the pool is way bigger. A receiver, right? A running back, whatever. They can play quarterback. So I think whether it's high school or college, that position's just become more mobile. And I don't even think necessarily because you need it to be. I think they're just better athletes now.
Well, I mean, I'm fine with them trying to build an offense around this guy because of what he does do, what he is great at, can produce wins, has produced wins. I mean, the man did make it to a Super Bowl. He has won multiple postseason games. So, you know, I mean, you got to have the team around him, but just about everybody does.
Well, the growth from week 1 to week 2 from the offensive line is dramatic. And will we continue to see them play at that elite level? I don't know. I don't suspect that's going to be the case. But I do think we're going to continue to see this offensive line stack some pretty good games against each other.
CGC Home Services specializes in providing top-tier plumbing, air purification, and water treatment services. An authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services offers the best whole house and water treatment systems. CGC Home Services fully licensed plumbers will handle all your plumbing needs. With all the air quality alerts in our area, your family needs Aeris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria. We've got one and love it. For water and air purification, plumbing too, call CGC Home Services, 855-339-4242. Yeah, sorry, man. I did not appreciate that. I consider it emotional and psychological abuse to make us think you're hurt, because we don't need that. It's said out of love, but cut it out, man. 248-539-9797. There is updates out of East Lansing regarding Nick Marsh's health.
Oh, what do we got?
According to Jonathan Smith, quote, "We'll see what it looks like at the end of the week." Also, running back Mekhi Frazier, same thing. See what it looks like at the end of the week. So,
yeah, those are when I saw Nick Marsh leave the game. First of all, he got absolutely drilled in the back. One of these plays where he catches the ball and starts like kind of backpedal with it and just gets smoked in the back. Got right up and act like nothing happened. But I had to believe that was just one of several things that took its toll. And then later on, you see that he's got a wrap on one of his legs and then doesn't play in the second half. Nick Marsh is a stud receiver, as good as any receiver in college football. He's great. They need him to be successful this year. Hopefully he's able to play this week at USC. Mekhi Frazier, probably their best running back. Be nice to have him going as well. Michigan State was able to do some things in a run game on Saturday, but you're taking on Youngstown
State.
Also the
quarterback.
Yeah, Aiden Childs played really well. He looked comfortable back there. He doesn't have happy feet. He's not showing the happy feet this year. He was able to step aside, step up, and then hit open receivers, which was really nice to see. And he's using his tight end a little bit more too, which is also good. Good step in the right direction for Michigan State, starting off 3-0 for the second year in a row.
248-539-9797. Idris, you're on 97 1 a ticket. What's up, Idris?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good.
All right, I'm just calling this some Lions. And first, let me go to Michigan State, and I'm just going to shoot a shot. I don't know why anybody even looks at Michigan State. I tried trying to give them a chance to be one of my teams, the second team of Michigan, and all my life, all they did was beat Michigan State, then follow up with a loss to Ohio State or anybody else good. So I just gave up on them. But now, let's go to the Lions. Everyone got kind of paranoid and everything after week one. We know they don't play in the preseason. Offensive line was changed. But here's the big thing. We don't need to worry about Greenlee because they got a guy by the name of Jordan who loves to throw interceptions. And he did it against the Lions 2 plays in a row. We just had the unfortunate of bad play on defense to get a penalty. He does it time and time again, and he's going to continue to do it. So don't worry. We're fine.
Yeah, I mean, if you're right, I have concerns about Jordan Love getting better. But yeah,
he's been in the league for 10 years, and the dude's doing the same exact thing. He's no longer rookie. He's a 4-year starter, 4-year starter. He's doing the same thing. It's just his habit.
Well, he hasn't been in the league 10 years, and he hasn't thrown a pick yet this year.
This is his third year starting.
He threw a pick 6 with Brian Bratt. We just had an unfortunate play.
There's some truth to that. He made a couple bad throws against Detroit, and he kind of got bailed out. That is true. I hope you're right. I guess I don't need to debate it with you. I hope you're right. 248-539-9797.
I mean, he's got 4 touchdowns, no picks this year. Last year was 25 touchdowns, 11 picks. The year before was 32 touchdowns and 11 picks. He's a good quarterback. I question of what he's going to be moving forward if he's without some key receivers. Like Jaden Reed's out for a while here. Christian Watson, I don't know if he's coming back anytime soon. But he started utilizing the tight end, and they've got a couple of pretty good tight ends over there. He's a good quarterback. I don't know if he's great, and that's the concern. Is he going to be great or not? He's not Jared Goff. I'll take Jared Goff over Jordan Love all day.
Let's go to Brian and Macomb. You're on 97 1 a ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, sirs. How you doing?
Good.
Sorry about that. Hey, could we, not you all, just kind of rhetorically speaking to those, could we put it to bed, put it to rest? It's no longer the preseason, and they're not doing it against people that's going to be working at Walmart and Target and Myers the next week. Tesla, he's serious. Can we just please say that he is serious? He's a player. They found a gem in him. It was just one catch, but come on now, we got to admit this guy. He's the real deal.
So what's crazy about it, Brian, is I think it's a relatively safe statement that he has the 2 most spectacular first catches by any receiver in the history of the NFL. I think that might be a safe statement. 2 is he might never have to make another one-handed catch the rest of his career because you don't always get a ball thrown that needs a one-handed catch. But if necessary, he can do it. And, yeah,
Right.
that was impressive.
Yeah, if need be, he can do it. So we know we had that type of receiver. He's going to be a threat, especially in the red zone. I mean, all over the field, actually, but especially in the red zone this season and then coming up as he matures here in the next couple of, year or next year and then following year and that kind of thing. So it's good to see. Good job, Brad. So, okay, thanks. You all have
Appreciate
a good
it.
day.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, this is one heck of a spectacular debut.
Tesla completely flew under the radar. Like, he played 2 years at Arkansas, right? But he only caught 28 passes last year for nearly 20 yards of reception, and there were 3 touchdowns involved. But that's not a guy who's like of your primary focus if you're only catching 28 passes. He's under the radar. Holmes did his homework, and we come to find what a remarkable find this young man is. I don't know what his route running is like in comparison to other players, and we'll see more of that once he gets on the field more, but they sure like him. They sure like him. We know he's got the hands, he's got the speed, he's got the size, and Dan Campbell said again after the game, this is a guy that's going to earn some more playing time. We got to find room for him, and he's going to be they're going to get more plays to him.
Do you know who his OC was at Arkansas?
No.
Bobby Petrino.
Really?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Amir is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Amir?
Good afternoon, guys. I have 2. I have a champ. My champ is Jared Goff for extending a couple of plays with his legs. And then my chump is going to be Jonathan Vilma from the Fox Analyst. He was nice to introduce our new safety, Deion Branch. He called Brian Branch. Deion Branch for about 20 minutes. I don't know if you guys caught that. That was very
he kept calling him Deion.
Man, it really hit a nerve.
So the thing about it is, being one that does games, I know how easy it is to mess that up, and so I have a degree of sympathy because I'm struggling. I will tell you, in my head, every time I see the Wolverines throw the ball to Channing Goodwin, I think Channing Stribling, and I've fought it. Because Stribling played at Michigan. And so I'm like
what about Channing Tatum?
very sensitive to it, and I don't want to make that mistake. And so I cringed the first time he said it because I know how easy it is. Then he said it again, then he said it again, then he said it again. And that's where the producer's got to bail a guy out and say, hey, you keep calling him Deion. It's Brian. And like we got Brian Bush who comes down and taps me on the shoulder when I mess something up, and hopefully I only make a mistake once. But yes, he said it a bunch.
I'm thinking Brad made a move that I wasn't aware of, and a player that I didn't even know existed.
Yes, well, the Branch was great. That's what counts. But Vilma, yes, kept calling him Deion.
I like Jonathan Vilma.
I do too.
Loved him as a college player.
Oh, he was great as a college player.
He's one of those guys that when I watched him play at Miami and he made a hit in a game, and it's like, ooh, who's that guy? Immediately you start looking up who this guy is. I'm like, damn it, he's only a sophomore. He's not eligible for the draft yet. That's back at the time when I was really wanting linebackers for the Lions. And then, of course, he goes to the NFL and has a pretty good career.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, let's be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof. I mean, it always seems to come at the worst time, and the cost can feel overwhelming. That's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner is making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Now, that means that you can get the quality roof that you need today without the stress of a big upfront payment. Here's the thing. This isn't some fly-by-night company. Shaner Roofing has a 4.9-star Google rating earned by thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about their professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So, if your roof is leaking, aging, or you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com/0. That's mymichiganroof.com/0. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
Amon-Ra St. Brown with what sounded like a moving crew behind him. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Monday's Meet Champ and Chump. Get those votes in. A lot of people reacting to yesterday's Lions' absolute caning of the Chicago Bears. We go to Brian in Shelby Township. Hi, Brian. Brian, are you there? Brian, 1-2.
Yes, I'm here. I am here.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry, guys. I think I had the mute button on.
All right, all good.
So I was going to go Goff, but everyone seems to be going Goff for the champ. And he was fantastic. I do have to see it in January from Goff. So let's go a different way and put the doubt aside now in my mind, because you score 52 points, guys, and that offensive line has something to do with it. So I really got to give credit to the offensive line. And, I was critical of them in the offseason and last week, but that unit really gelled, and I was impressed. But we still got to see it next week, and then, of course, against Myles Garrett in Cleveland at the next home game. So that being said, I'll keep it in Detroit for the chump. And, guys, when you lose a father, husband, brother, fellow American, and the whole organization can't acknowledge Charlie Kirk, that really bothers me in a way. And I think it bothered a lot of people as I talked to coming out of the game and stuff. But, I'll
tell you what bothered me, Brian. What bothered me is that there wasn't any acknowledgement of the kids that were murdered in the high school in Colorado in the same week.
That too.
And those are innocent kids.
You got it.
They're not divisive. They're innocent kids, and that bothers me.
We're probably not going to advance this as a topic. It's just something that I get. There's been a lot of tragic stuff that's happened lately, and there's a lot of stuff that gets overlooked and or could be acknowledged as well. But here's what I know: years and years and years ago, it was our differences that's had me start saying at the end of every show to treat each other with respect. It started due to basically political differences, and there's not enough of it today. Eric is on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Listen all the time. Give a big plug to the Odyssey app. I travel a lot.
Awesome.
And I love playing at 1.5 speed and skipping the commercials, so it's great. And also, Kang, you're a rock star. Your input is fantastic, timely and appropriate at all times. I love it. Anyway, my champ.
For the record, we love it as well. By the way, just so you.
Yeah, fantastic. Champ is going to be Hank Fraley. Really looks like he might be the best offensive line coach as advertised, and really happy to see how that squad looked yesterday. Hopefully we can keep it up on the road, but definitely way better than it was in Green Bay. And then my chump is Ben Johnson, and it's we've kind of hit on it. He left, and when he got to Chicago, he's like, this is where I've always wanted to be. And I'm like, really? And then, with the fact that every time I ever saw him make a press conference, it was like, that guy's not a leader of men. And I was at the game, and I watched him on the sideline pretty much the whole game. It's like they have a bubble around him. Like, nobody's around him ever. Like, he's got like a 10-yard bubble on the sideline at all times. And his facial expressions are just priceless. So, Ben Johnson, I love the.
Well, look, when you take over a new job and it's specifically one with a rival fan base, you're now trying to appease those fans and not the ones that you just left. I think he also said some things early when he got there where he realized, this might be perceived differently in Detroit. So I don't think he wants to be disrespectful to Detroit. So I really feel like he has a good relationship with the people here. Jared Goff said afterwards he didn't like the F. Ben Johnson chants. But at the end of the day, he's got a job to do, and unfortunately, he's the head coach of the Chicago Bears, which makes a lot of people upset. I don't know. Now, dude, as far as your leader of men take, there are different ways that you can be successful as a head coach. What I think is incredibly difficult to do is to get 53 people pulling in the right direction. Ones that make $20 million a year and one that make the league minimum, the $495,000 rather. And to get them all to accept their roles, buy into their roles, and compete at the highest level, whatever their role may be, no matter how big or how small, how much they're asked to sacrifice to be part of the team, is probably the number one thing that I would look for in a head coach today. And the number two is, who would your coordinators be? But if you can get everybody rowing in the same direction and everybody on board with your message, which I think Mike Vrabel's really good at, I think Dan Campbell's really good at, and I suspect Aaron Glenn is going to be really good at. I think it's
Fleck's good at.
I think it's a huge. Yeah, I got you. Row the boat. I think it's a huge prerequisite to being successful. But it's not the only way. It's not the only way. Ben Johnson seems a little bit more like he'd be an X's and O's tactician than a leader of men, and you can win that way too. But it'll be intriguing to see who's more successful long run, Glenn or Ben Johnson.
Well, Aaron Glenn's going to have a little issue right now if Justin Fields is going to be out for any time. He's got in concussion protocol. If he's going to miss some games, it's going to be tough. But I hope that the New York media doesn't chase him out, because like you, I think he, to use the last caller's words, or it was you that said it, leader of men.
Yeah,
I think Aaron Glenn's a great leader of men,
yep.
And I root like hell for that guy.
Joe's in Canton next. Hello, Joe.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I apologize if I've been in late on this, but my champ is John Morton 1, Ben Johnson 0, first-time matchup. I think the perspective of him being in the booth showed that maybe it's a good place for him to be up there to get a better look at the field. My chump is the offensive lineman for the New York Giants, who went berserk, creating 4 penalties on one drive, and he got taken out of the game.
Yeah.
And he's arguing with his coach. I mean, who are you going to blame, the coach or yourself? You just, that was ridiculous seeing that on TV. And I have a question if you guys, I don't know if you addressed it yet, but did you notice that Marcus Davenport was injured twice?
Yep.
And was there any concern talked about that after the game when in the locker room, they asked him, so what's going to happen? He says, I don't know yet. And I didn't know what if he kind
of said that's up to the trainers.
If that's something they're going to look at, getting on the phone and try to bring somebody in, or are they happy? I don't know who's coming back in a couple of weeks. Or
lost you there, Joe. I don't know what the story is. We await an update on Marcus Davenport. When he got hurt the first time, I was like, oh boy, here we go. And then he came back. I'm like, yeah, here we go. And then he left again. And I mean, it's hard not to think the worst. It was a calculated risk. His contract is almost all incentive laden.
Yep.
So if he can't stay healthy, it doesn't prove he's cost way less money.
Well, he's played 2 games,
yep.
And the Lions have played 2 games, and he made his impact felt yesterday. Had a quarterback sack, had a couple tackles in the game. You just hope that he can stay healthy. And I don't expect that he's going to be playing 50 snaps a game on defense. And fortunately, they've got guys they like there. Mekhi Wingo played a bunch. His first game with the Lions in the season, comes in yesterday and plays like 37 snaps for his first game back. It's Mekhi Wingo. So I think that's a positive thing you can look at. When Pascal gets healthy and gets in this rotation, they can keep some guys in a rotation to maximize their effort and potential. But with Davenport, the question is always going to be, can he stay healthy? Can he stay healthy? And, cross another defensive lineman off the list, or defensive end, Jadeveon Clowney signing a 1-year deal with the Cowboys as a free agent. So there goes another one. We'll see if the Lions decide to address this or not. Right now, they don't feel like they have to. They're good, according to Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. But keep an eye on Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Joe Burrow's out for 3 months. Oh.
And that could open up the door. Now, they are 2-0, and the trade deadline comes up quickly. And
we'll fastly be saying they were 2-0.
Probably. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine Why'd you do that with your lawyer? Specialization. It really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. It's the law firm that puts people over everything. Check out my guy Steve and his crew. Autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Deion Hutchinson, Carson Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. That's a joke. I know his name's Aiden.
It's Crits.
Look, as I said earlier, I actually have sympathy for Vilma being someone who's in one of those positions that can easily make those mistakes. I think it was amazing he made the same mistake over and over and over, and that's where a producer needs to get in his ear and say, it's Brian Branch, not Deion Branch. But Easy mistakes.
What's his name?
Goodwin. And John gets Bryce Underwood and Bryce Young. And look, we all have it can happen to anybody, is my point.
It would be
it's a lot easier than you think.
Yeah, it'd be a lot easier to take if Channing Goodwin wasn't in Magic Mike XL. Then
I don't know what that's referencing.
It's a Channing Tatum reference.
Okay. I don't need more Channings.
You sure?
Stop? Yeah, I'm positive. I don't need more Channings. I got to get this one down. It's not Stribling. That's what I just said. It's not Stribling. It's not Stribling.
It's not. Or is it Steve Stribling? What?
Stop. You're not helping. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Tom is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hi, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
My champ, I have to say, is the 2025 draft class. He got Williams, Ratledge, and Tesla. I mean, the first three picks actually contributing more than I thought, into two games. Just incredible. Williams, I think, batted down, 2 passes?
He batted down 2 passes, including the fourth down, the second fourth down.
Right.
So, yeah, that's a great point by you. It's a great observation. Ratledge, week 1 to week 2, seemed to make quite a bit of difference. I haven't noticed Tesla at all, but I guess he's made a couple plays. There's not been a more spectacular debut into the league. He's got 2 targets and 2 SportsCenter #1 highlight-worthy catches.
Yeah. And then I just got to say my champ is the Chicago Bears defense. To hang 52, and I think there were 4 plays of 25 yards or more. You just can't do that at the pro level. Look, they got a good defense, but I don't know if they just gave up or whatever, but, man, that was embarrassing.
Well, you got to figure Lions are a very talented offensive team. It's not out of character for them to put up a 50-burger on somebody. They did it a couple times last year, and so it's good to see them get back to that. It helps. This is probably strong. It doesn't invalidate what happened in week 1, but it validates what they did last year is what they're capable of this year, right?
Yeah, I think there were 5 plays, actually, because J-Mo caught 2 passes. More. Both of them were for big plays. One was 64. The other one was 44. They had a bunch of explosive plays in the game. They were clicking on all cylinders. I mean, if there was any pressure, Goff would step up or move to his left or move to his right, buy himself that extra split second, and then hit somebody in stride. I mean, you can remember the incomplete passes because there were so few of them. There were only 5 passes that hit the ground.
Feedback: Champ Jared Goff for the career day. Chump Jonathan Vilma for calling Brian Branch. Deion Branch. That's from Rick. Champ Muhammad gets the sack. Chump all these callers that doubt these coaches and the team from last week. That's from Jeff and Clarkston. El Quadin Muhammad, yes, he was felt in this game. As far as look, last week we got on the air and we made the point all week long. Hank Fraley's on the job. Hank Fraley is one of the most respected line coaches in the game. If it is fixable, there's a good percentage chance that he can fix it. And they ran block and they pass protected yesterday. And, oh, by the way, big fella in the middle of the Bears defense did play. It was talked that he would be out. Not Gervin. Who's the other one? And I'm completely blanking. Who's a big defensive tackle that got hurt for them in week 1 and then didn't practice much during the week? Grady Jarrett. Sorry. Thank you. Grady Jarrett. Thank you. He did play. And the Lions completely neutralized them and were really, really good up front. Jeff, good point. Next text from Don. I'm thrilled with the Lions. However, was it more that the Lions improved or the Bears are that bad? The Vikings looked way better versus the Bears than against the Falcons.
I think the Lions improved, and I'm not convinced the Bears are that bad. I think the Lions improved vastly, and as I said earlier in the show, I think the number one reason for the change in the offense is that they played at home, and when they're on offense at home, the crowd is quiet, and when the crowd is quiet, you can hear each other calling out your protections and communicating on the offensive line of who to handle, and they kept Jared Goff completely clean. He wasn't sacked throughout the game, and he only got hit 4 times.
Do you think the Bears are better than or worse than they were a year ago when they had the Eberflus thing going on?
I mean, after 2 weeks, they're 0-2, so they don't look good. But I do think that this team is going to be in better shape than the Eberflus team. By the end of the Eberflus thing, you knew it was done. I think when this thing is all said and done this year, we're going to say the Bears are going to be formidable in the years to come.
In the 2 games against the Bears last year, the Lions scored 57 points. They put up 52 in one game this year. 248-539-9797. Murray in Oak Park, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Murray.
How y'all doing, guys?
What's up?
Tuscala is the second coming of a receiver that the Lions drafted in '67, and this at that time the American League had not merged with the National Football League, so they had the rights to a first round draft choice also, and the flanker that the Lions drafted, he chose to go to the Oakland Raiders, who had the rights to him first, because the Lions had a crop of great receivers in '67. They had Gail Cogdo.
Who's the player? Who's the player you're referencing?
Fred Blitnikoff.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You got a Tesla Fred Blitnikoff comparison.
Yes, he's showing you glimpses of the talent that Fred Blitnikoff had. And you know they got a Fred Blitnikoff award, so I guess it goes to the best receiver. I'm not sure. But there is in the National Football League a Fred Blitnikoff award. So,
these are facts.
Blitnikoff, huh?
Oh, old number 25.
I mean,
well, Fred Blitnikoff made a lot of great catches in an era where you could throw as much stick 'em on your hands as possible.
Yeah.
He was really good in the league for a few years there in the 70s.
Yeah, I don't know who to compare Tesla to just yet, but he looks like he could be. I mean, one of the things that Brad Holmes built scouting boards and draft boards in L.A. for Les Snead, and he's obviously drafted here. There are some really, really good middle round receivers that have come out of these drafts that he seems to have his handprint on. Like Cooper Kupp, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and maybe Tesla.
I think that Isaac Tesla has a very bright future, but the reality is he's caught 2 passes in 2 games. Maybe give it some time before you start comparing him to other people like that. But I will say this, those 2 catches, you touched on it earlier. I said last week that was the greatest catch I've ever seen in my life. And then he follows that up with another catch that is almost as good. I don't think it's as good, but it's almost as good as the one he had last week. And then your comment was nobody has ever in the history of the league started off their career with 2 catches like he has. You're 100% right on that.
I have no way of proving that, but I'm not sure how it would be possible.
I don't think you can make plays like that with a Nerf ball in 2 straight games. It was unbelievable.
Feedback coming in regarding Terrion Arnold. Arnold looks better than last year. Not great, but better. He looks infinitely more confident, too, more animated than last year. Look, the man would have had an interception if not for a flag that was irrelevant on the play. The fact that Branch couldn't change his direction mid-air on his pass rush and landed on Caleb Williams and got a roughing the passer penalty, which I don't know what he was supposed to do, but Caleb Williams threw the ball and Terrion Arnold picked it off. Didn't count because of the penalty, but he did have what should have counted as an interception, could have counted as an interception. Arnold is officially in the bust area. He is nowhere near any balls to even get a pick. He got one yesterday.
He had one that was taken away because of the Branch roughing the quarterback call, and they had another one that he just missed when he was diving. I think it was after one of Tyleik Williams' tip passes, but he just missed. And if you want to write somebody off or label him as a bust after, I don't think he played every game last year, did he? But let's say he did. It'd be 19 games in his career. Then, okay, go ahead. Do so at your own peril. I think it's ridiculous, and I don't think he had a bust-like season last year. I thought he played pretty well by the end of the season. Got called for some penalties early, shut that stuff down after a few weeks, and then was pretty good. I think this year it has not started off the way you want it to start off with, but give it some time. I certainly wouldn't label him as a bust. I wouldn't label anybody as a bust.
He said it's official, though.
Well,
look, the texter said officially in bust area. He's nowhere near any balls to even get a pick. He had a pick that got nullified by a penalty, and he got another pass breakup. As far as Arnold goes, I think a lot of people are forgetting Darius Slay's first couple years. It takes a while to grow in this position. That's from an unnamed texter. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Michigan football acting head coach Biff Poggi told the media this morning that safety Rod Moore could have played last week, and he thinks that he will play this week against Nebraska. U of M's kickoff time this week against Nebraska has also been announced as 3:40. Brad Nessler, Gary Danielson will have the call for CBS on TV. Michigan State football coach Jonathan Smith didn't have much to say about the availability of receiver Nick Marsh and running back Mekhi Frazier, other than, quote, "We'll see what it looks like at the end of the week," end quote. Lions coach Dan Campbell back at the podium this afternoon at 3. In other NFL news, Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow needs toe surgery and will miss at least 3 months, according to insider Adam Schefter. The team expected to roll with Jake Browning as their new starter, who played yesterday. The Red Wings released their new Centennial jerseys. It includes a number of subtle nods, including a tribute to the Detroit Cougars and Falcons, throwback wing wheels stitched with chain, and the years of all 11 Stanley Cups stitched on the inside hem. The new sweaters will be worn for more than a dozen home games this year. Major League Baseball released their Roberto Clemente nominations for each team, which honors a player who best represents the game of baseball through extraordinary character, community involvement, philanthropy, and positive contributions, both on and off the field. Detroit's nominee, Tarek Skubal. The Tigers have the night off before they start a pivotal series with the Guardians at Comerica Park tomorrow. Detroit, 6 games left against Cleveland in total. Their lead just 6.5 games at this point. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanks, Jeremy. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. A lot of Lions talk today. The Wolverines and Spartans, both on the road, both with big games this week. Michigan State, the 11 p.m. start at USC. I saw 16.5. Michigan State's getting 16.5. Gator, you saw 17.5 somewhere?
Yeah, so Caputo tweeted out 17.5.
Yeah. I believe Michigan's a 1.5 point favorite for their game against Nebraska. We shall see. But looking forward to another weekend of college football right around the corner. I always turn the page, and I like when it gets to be Saturday night late. Part of my routine is, all right, what do we got next week? Looking up what the good matchups are, start times. Always, what are the start times? When am I working? What games got to take in? We had a noon start Saturday. Behold the noon start. Love the noon start. Not everybody does. Got it. I love them.
If you had told 10-year-old Doug that Michigan was going to play games at Oklahoma, at Nebraska, at USC, and then you had a home game at Ohio State, all in the same season, also at Michigan State, all that going on in the same season, what would 10-year-old Doug have been like?
I'll tell you what, today-year-old Doug is excited. And
right?
There's also a game at Wrigley Field. Their
Oh,
game
is
against
that the
Northwestern's
Northwestern
at
game?
Wrigley Field, yeah. To say that in fact, Jansen and I were talking about it today, and this doesn't apply to everybody because not everybody gets to go to all the games. And I'm like, this is a fun season. A fun season. Go to a lot of great historic venues where a lot of great games have been played. I'm really interested to see the Coliseum in LA because
strange, man.
Strange,
It's a
right?
strange place.
But it's kind of some hallowed ground, and it
yeah.
also might be a dump. And I like to look at the positives and think of the great college games that were played there, and some of the Notre Dame USC games, and there have been Super Bowls held there, and the Olympics. It's been the opening and closing ceremonies, and Carl Lewis and NASCAR and all kinds of Steve Knievel, and here I am. So I'm fired up.
But I'm just like thinking back to when I first started watching college football as a youngster, and Oklahoma Nebraska was a big rivalry. And those were great. And USC was a great team with all those running backs they were putting forth back then in the late 70s and the 80s. And to see all this happen, like you literally, you got to go to Oklahoma.
Well, and the Michigan State fans can go to USC this week. I don't know. You were talking about going. Is that?
It's not going to happen.
Oh, it's not.
No.
I got excited there for a minute.
I literally can still make it happen. I'd have to use frequent flyer miles to do it.
Which you have.
I do. I don't know.
Kang, how do we convince him to go to SC? Do it for the show.
No, that's not good enough for him anymore. We got to do better. I'm going to think of a way. We're going to get you there.
You had some enthusiasm for this idea when you saw the start time, and you're like, maybe I'll go. And I'm like, what?
Maybe I won't.
And I'm like, why would I want to go? 8:00 game on a Saturday night in which it's
8 p.m. Pacific
time if I'm out there.
This was I'm sure you'd come back with stories, man.
Like if
you've been there before, right? To see Johnny Morton, UFC, wasn't that there?
Yeah, former Detroit Lion wide receiver Johnny Morton get knocked down.
And you thought he died.
I did. I thought he was dead.
Yeah.
Brock Lesnar's first MMA match. That was that same night. God, it was crazy.
Well, now John Morton's back on the Lions. You need to go. Because.
Straight line drawn from that experience to this.
Yeah. Maybe I'll take a look at flight tickets.
Okay, so it's not 0.0.
It's not 0.0.
All right, good. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Okay, so feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox on this Monday. Tons of it. And we do have Champ and Chump. Love getting your Champ and Chump votes in here. Champ, Vanderbilt for trucking South Carolina at South Carolina. Chump, UCLA for giving up on college football. Okay, so yes, Vandy and Pavia is incredible, and it's not Vandy's done some things I never thought Vandy could do. UCLA, man. Look,
pride of the Big Ten.
An absolute disaster. And they fired their coach. Them at Virginia Tech. And when you fire a coach after 3 games, guess what? Players can go in the portal. And if you've only played 3 games, guess what? You can redshirt. I'm wondering if these 2 programs are going to be able to field a team the rest of the year.
So the odds have come out for the next head coach at UCLA. The odds-on favorite right now to be the next coach of the Bruins at 4-1, John Gruden. The second at 5-1 odds, Deion Sanders. Followed by Kenny Dillingham, Justin Wilcox. Some other names are interesting on the list I found interesting. Kurt Signetti is 18-1. Lane Kiffin is only 25-1. I can't imagine he's going to leave Ole Miss to go to UCLA at 25-1. Matt Campbell's 38-1. And then you get some crazy ones like Dabo Swinney, Dan Lanning, Marcus Freeman, Ryan Day, Nick Saban. The last ones are just dumb. But the top of that list, Gruden or Sanders. Interesting.
It'd be entertaining.
It'd be entertaining as hell for the Big Ten. But
Here's
the way that UCLA has acted, I don't think there's a chance in hell they would hire either one of those guys.
They're running a massive financial deficit. They have a stadium that is gorgeous, but nobody goes to because it's like an hour bus ride from campus. What they need is they need an on-campus facility. I haven't been on that campus in a long time. Why are we breaking down UCLA football? They got problems. 248-539-9797. From Paul in New Haven. Hey, guys, I want to be the first person to say this. The Detroit Lions will win at Baltimore because the Ravens' defense is not as good. If they contain the running game, the Lions will win a shootout 45-38. It's from Paul in New Haven. What do you make of that take? Saucy, as you like to say.
It is a little saucy there. I mean, they played Cleveland, and they gave up 17 points to Cleveland, and Joe Flacco, they only sacked him twice. Dylan Gabriel came in the game, too, by the way, was 3 for 3 in the game for Cleveland. They gave up over 5 yards a carry in the run game. But I don't know. I just Baltimore's one of those teams that always scares me because I'm scarred because of the last time they played them. Right? It was just a dreadful game a couple of years ago, completely non-competitive game for the Lions, en route to a 12-5 season and going to the NFC Championship game. Along the way, one of those stumbles was a big-time stumble at Baltimore or against Baltimore. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm still scarred by that. Lamar Jackson is, he's great. But here's something to keep in mind. And we said Cleveland's got a pretty good defense. They gave up 41 points to Baltimore. But what they did was stop the run. They say, you're going to beat us through the air. The Ravens carried the ball 21 times for 45 yards. Between Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, they carried it 13 times for 36 yards. It's 3 yards a carry. And most of that, the higher average there is because Lamar Jackson only had 2 carries in the game. But Derrick Henry was 11 for 23. Can you stop the running game? And if you do, then you're opening yourself up. Okay, you better be able to stop the pass. Then the passing game is going to be what the passing game is. They have good receivers. Zay Flowers, DeAndre Hopkins. These are good receivers that they have. Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews, the tight end is good. I kind of agree. I don't think the defense is as good as it has been in the past. And offensively, do you pick your poison with it? Just say, we're not going to let Lamar beat us with his feet, and we're going to stop Derrick Henry as well?
I don't know that you can do that.
I think you can try.
You can try.
Which is what Cleveland did.
I think it's extraordinarily difficult. And, to me, this is not a game that I would deem a must-win. But I would go so far as to say if the Lions win it, it is a message sender if you go to Baltimore and win. But I already can't wait for next weekend. I can't wait for next Monday. Paul, you are the first to say it.
You
and
are
Paul,
the first.
thank you for sending in the text.
But that defense did give up 500 yards to Buffalo.
248-539-9797. Gator, I want to get your thoughts on the start of the season for one Aiden Hutchinson. We'll do that today at 1:16. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door acting kind of sluggish? Is it just making some weird noises? It's time to maintain that thing. You got to take care of it. Make sure you call the right guys. The folks over at Precision Garage Door Service, they're amazing. I had them over at my house years ago when my garage doors are very slow, and they said, yeah, we can fix that for you, but somewhere down the line, we're going to have to get new garage doors. And when that happened, I called Precision again and got those new garage doors. Here's what's great about Precision. If you want to schedule an appointment, you can do it online, and they come out at a time at your convenience. You can schedule that appointment at precisiondoormi.com, or you can simply pick up the phone and call them at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. They have same-day service. They also have emergency repairs. Those are available. And on weekends, they're available at no extra charge, and all calls are answered 24/7 by an actual live person. That's pretty great. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or again, schedule that appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. What a performance yesterday from the Detroit Lions, 52-21. And maybe they don't suck. They ran the ball. They pass protected. Defensively, they took it away. So as bad as week one was, and, the week two was great. Both were only one game in week one game in week two. But, I feel pretty confident. We got 2 years of performances like yesterday, right? And so is this closer to who the Lions are, who they will be this year? I think it's easier to make an argument, yes, that's the case, than it is to make an argument that they are who we saw in week one. But then the other thing is, when there are new pieces being introduced at critical spots, you probably are going to be far from a finished product when you debut. And so you see through week 2, week 3, week 4, tangible improvement is possible. And I think we get more of an apples to apples comparison when the Lions take on the Ravens. If the Lions get smoked by the Ravens, then we could say that work still has to be put in. If they didn't come very far in the week 2 game against the Bears, that it's more reflective of who the Bears are. Right? I mean, going to Green Bay and going to Baltimore, is there a huge difference there as far as perceived challenges? Doesn't feel like it, does it? Those are both massive challenges.
Look, you can find challenges everywhere, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about huge challenge going to Green Bay, huge challenge going to Baltimore, right?
Yeah, hostile environment it's part of what makes football great. I mean, going and playing in front of a stadium of 70, 80, 90,000 people, depending where you're at, it's so great. I mean, football fans are the most rabid fans that we have here in the United States. And the 12th man is a real thing, you know, and when you're playing outdoors, it seems like it's even more impressive. And that's what you faced in Green Bay. That's what you'll face in Baltimore. But fortunately for this team doesn't shrink. This team is battle tested. They've been together for a number of years now. This isn't they just showed up overnight. They built this thing the ground up. They rebuilt this thing from the ground up, and they did it the right way. They've done it through the draft. They've done it with, finding the players that make sense for them. They didn't go for the flashy stuff. They went for what works for them. Are these guys, going to love football? Do they take to coaching well? And let's get the best coaches out there and get the most out of these players. And they've done that. They've resurrected some careers in some cases. And, now they're also a place where some veterans would love to play. This is a well-oiled machine, but can they take the next step? And for this team, that next step is getting right back to the NFC Championship game and hopefully getting to a Super Bowl. And the ultimate prize, of course, is holding that trophy.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. And we do appreciate all your texts and phone calls. Let's see. Andy in Roseville says, let's see what happens when Green Bay goes on the road. First 2 games at home. Yeah, I mean, look, what we got to remember is the degree of difficulty as far as schedule is concerned is reflected in all the NFC North teams. And they have to play the AFC North and they have to play the NFC East, which means games against the likes of, Cincinnati might not be as big of a challenge as we thought, but Baltimore, got to play as defending Super Bowl champions in Philadelphia, all the teams in the NFC North. Now, the positional games, the Lions drew Kansas City. But Green Bay has to go some difficult road tests as well. I think, early read, 2 teams battling it down to the end, Detroit and Green Bay. Feels like it's quite possibly what this is going to come down to, and that maybe Minnesota isn't there yet. Rookie quarterback's going to have his ups and downs. Kid's really talented, and I think he's going to be a good quarterback, but maybe the challenges are still there. That's 1. 2 is, the Bears might still be the Bears. Unnamed texter, Brian Branch was the best player on the field yesterday. He was everywhere. Well, boy, let me tell you something. Kelvin Shepard, I love the way he used him. He was frequently used as an extra rusher. They like to blitz him, and he was extraordinarily effective in that role. He also makes plays on the football. The punch out, the pass breakups. Brian Branch is the kind of player that I just used to be so jealous that other teams had. And his contract's coming up, and I don't see any reason why they shouldn't try and lock him up early, maybe for a little bit less. That's going to be a lot of money sunk into safeties, but these 2 guys, Joseph and Branch, what a duo back there, huh?
I think we go back and look at that draft, and if we remember how we felt about that draft going into it, when you had the second day and Brian Branch was available, and we're like, wait a second, Brian Branch is available? He's still there? And all 3 of us were like, please, God, let's get Brian Branch. And then they did. And how happy we were, to get him with the 45th overall pick. And I think we were all stunned that was available to them. And fortunately for the Lions, because he was He was spectacular. He's been absolutely spectacular. And they didn't use their first second-round pick on him. They used the second-round pick on him. He was still there at 45. How many teams are kicking themselves for not taking Brian Branch?
248-539-9797. I think the Lions are good. I don't think they're as bad as they were last week, but I don't think as good as they were this week. They're kind of in between. It's just the Bears. They're very, very bad, and the Packers are borderline elite. That's from an unnamed texter. Well, I mean, I do think it does matter that we have 2 seasons of them looking like this on record. And because they have 2 seasons of them looking like this, I think last week's reports of their demise were greatly over-exaggerated. And if we didn't have 2 seasons like this, it'd be a little bit more, okay, I still don't know who they are. But I think we know who they are. Champa St. Brown watching him block downfield is an absolute pleasure. Chump, the classless fan, showing great disrespect to Ben Johnson. He did a lot here to help bring the team to this level and deserved much better. Look, it's not in my you're not going to see me chanting F so-and-so at a game anymore. I think a younger version of Doug might have thought it was cool. It's funny how it becomes cringe when you get older. Like, why? It's totally unnecessary.
Well, particularly if you have kids.
Yeah, and
I mean, that whole experience. I'm just saying, if you have kids and you go through that experience at a game, at a stadium, and some chant like that breaks out, and you're like, all right, I got to do a teaching moment here.
It's a teaching moment, but that's part of being a parent, right? Yeah. And I don't need you to shelter my kids. I will take care of it, and I will teach them what that's always been my approach. Is I brought them to a game. I know what can be said at a game, so I need to be ready to parent them when the time comes. But
Daddy, what are they saying?
They're saying bad words, and this is not how we're not gonna do it, and you're not gonna do it. But anyway,
the F
I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it. And I do think it's a little low class. Especially because the guy did do good things here. And Ben Johnson didn't walk away from here saying, I'm the reason they were good. Other people did. And I think really the frustration should be pointed at those people.
You know what I in hindsight, what I wish they had done, and Lions fans were brilliant at this when they did this a couple years ago. When they started the Jared Goff chants, it was because Matthew Stafford was on the other side. What if they just done Johnny Morton chants? Like, that would have been better. Can we do that? I mean, next time against the Bears, maybe Johnny Morton chants. Does that sound like a better idea?
Yeah.
Or a Dan Campbell chant, whatever you want to do. I mean, you don't have to do the F Ben Johnson. You feel free. You do what you want to do.
I don't like telling people how to behave.
Yeah, I'm not going to chime in on that either. I'm not going to speak like that. But, and like you, if I was younger, I'm sure that I could be persuaded to get in on a chant like that. But, now seeing how we as Lion fans reacted with Stafford in the first place, and Goff had the great game, and it became a Jared Goff thing where now you can walk in a mire and hear somebody yell out, Jared Goff. It's awesome. So maybe Johnny Morton next time.
248-539-9797. Get your ticket texts in, your Champ and Chubb votes, your phone calls. Aiden Hutchinson, Gator. Promise we get to him. Got going in the second half. It was good to see. He did lead the team in pressures in this game. Finally got a sack. Finally got a tackle. He was statless through 6 quarters of football this year. He got a sack in the second half, and I think for him it was a bit cathartic. His reaction to it was like, "Thank you."
Well, he got the sack after he got chop blocked.
Yeah,
and that was nervous, right? We're all nervous there. You see him get chop blocked, and he gets up, and he's limping a little bit, and he did not look good. I thought, oh, crap, don't do this. And that's, anytime you see chop block, I think that's a cheap play anyway.
Yep.
That's why it's outlawed. So I didn't like that, but I did like to see that he stayed in the game and that he made a difference. He got a bunch of pressures on the quarterback, ended up finally getting that quarterback sacked. There was another play where it looked like he had it, but Caleb Williams kept scrambling and then ends up throwing the interception on that same play. So I think I'm surprised, based on what we saw in training camp, that he has been slow to get going in the games.
Mm-hmm.
Because it looked like at training camp that he was already at 100% speed. And maybe that wasn't the case.
248-539-9797. Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game, and FanDuel is offering all customers a 30% profit boost token on tonight's game, either game of your choosing. So I'll tell you what I do with the 30% profit boost or any of the profit boosts is I like to play the favorite on the money line because then you actually get a decent return and there's a better chance that that bet's going to hit. So I look at it as take advantage of that system, and it's not a huge score, but it's a score. So use your 30% profit boost however you choose. That's how I use it. Make FanDuel your go-to app for every snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Everybody feeling much better on this Monday. All three local teams won, Michigan, Michigan State, and the Detroit Lions. So, a little bit of an exhale.
Tigers got a win yesterday. Skubal checks out that he's not injured. Like, thought maybe he might have been on Saturday.
Still not sure if he's going to need to miss a start, but
Right now they got him scheduled for Thursdays.
They don't seem to be
game.
panicked about it.
No, they don't seem to be panicked.
So that is good. Meanwhile, yesterday, Lions 52-21 over the Chicago Bears. Bears took their first possession, go right down the field and score. And then they had a 3-and-out and a punt, a 4-and-out turnover on downs, a diving interception by Kirby Joseph, a Dunze touchdown right before half, 3-and-out punt, turnover on downs, punt, a late touchdown, a 3-and-out punt. It worked. The formula worked. They played good enough defense, and they were back to their normal selves offensively, which last year was an elite unit. And they were awfully dangerous. They set records yesterday. And Jared Goff, the 16, 17 in a row, whatever it was in the second half, came close to a career high. Could have hit that career high if they'd left him in the game, but they were able to get backups in there. Very good. Very good performance. Reassuring. And it's time to start stacking up some wins here. A huge challenge coming up on Monday night. Not a must-win, but I think if they do happen to win it, it'll feel like a message sender.
I really thought that they sent that message at the end of the first half. The Bears had cut it to 21-14 with 1:55 to go. And the Lions had the ball with a couple of timeouts, and they calmly went down the field. And then things got a little tight, like 25 seconds left. They throw the pass down the sideline to Tesla. He catches it. And then there's a whole, is he inbounds? Is he out of bounds? What are we going to, we got the 10-second runoff. The Bears had gone into the tunnel. They'd started heading towards the tunnel thinking it was halftime. No, sir, it was not. Lions caught a little bit of a break there. They get a play with 6 seconds to go, which actually means they had time for 2 plays because they're at their 4-yard line. And then right away, touchdown pass. So 21-14, which could have been a halftime score, ends up being 28-14. And then you start the second half, and you get the basically the 3-and-out for the Bears to start the second half, and the Lions came down and end up with a field goal to go up 31-14 early in the third quarter, and that's it.
Had one of my favorite plays in the game, and I can't wait to talk to Jared about the first offensive play in the second half was a 64-yard pass on the crossing route to J-Mo, and he kind of weaved through the defense down the sideline. Thought he might score, but eventually traffic caught up to him. That was one of those plays where J-Mo in his route was kind of caught in the wash there on his crossing route. But Goff could tell the pocket was collapsing, it was getting muddied, and he waited that extra beat for J-Mo to come open and delivered on time. That's an experienced quarterback that can see what's about to happen, not what's happening right in front of his eyes. And he didn't tuck it and run. He didn't panic and threw it away. He knew if I just waited this extra beat under duress, we're in good shape to get a big play, and they did.
He made that one throw to Brock Wright where he's rolling to it. He actually flushed out of the pocket, rolls to his right, and then kind of throws across his body back to the left to Brock Wright that picked up positive yards. It's little plays like that, man, and he was making them all game long. Jared Goff was 23 out of 28 for the game, 334 yards and 5 touchdowns. I mean, it's 12 yards a completion.
Pretty good. Pretty damn
12
good.
yards per attempt.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
248-539-9797. Some of these champ and chump votes that have come in here on Carson Anderson. My champ, Atlanta kicker John Parker Romo. Way to take advantage of a chance. Chump Lions fans chanting F. Van Johnson. Come on, we are better than that. He was dedicated and helpful, turned a losing organization around, and took a big job and pay increase. Many of us would do the same. Also, think of the kids and families trying to enjoy the game. No place for that language. Grow up.
Well, he helped to turn. He didn't turn around. He was part of the coaching staff that helped to turn things around as the players and everybody all together there on that. And secondly, I mean, this is nothing new. This is how fans react to games. Now, if you want to call it all out as classless, that's fine. Go ahead and you can make a blanket statement like that, and you shouldn't lead chants with profanity like that. And but this can't be the first time you've gone to a game and heard something like that with your children, unless it was literally the first time you took them to a game.
I'm still sort of in such disbelief that the Lions are putting such a good team on the field. I want them to win the Super Bowl. Don't get me wrong. That I'm kind of grateful for what Ben Johnson did here. It's not in my DNA to chant F anybody anyway, but that to me is, I'm like, okay.
I understand that. And to me, I feel like as time's going on and now Ben Johnson's with the rival, then I get a little worked up and I could say maybe he got too much credit because the guy who came in new helped light up 52 points against you. How about some Johnny Morton love? Okay.
The new OC.
Yeah. What do we hear about? That they were going to take more chances downfield. They took chances downfield. Goff overthrew J-Bo on one, hit him for the touchdown on another, and threw downfield on a third one to J-Mo that was misplayed. But those are at least 3 plays they threw deep downfield in the Johnny Morton offense that put up over 500 yards.
Let's see. Unnamed texter. Champ for Bud Crawford to jump multiple weight classes and get it done is impressive. I agree. Then he goes on to say, I think Canelo is the best of his generation. Bud did that. Chump, Bears defense. Champ, the Michigan Wolverines. Chump, Brad Holmes for allowing Zadarius Smith to sign with our primary Super Bowl nemesis. So he didn't play a ton of snaps, and he did make some plays. He had a sack, half a sack. He had a couple other tackles, and let me see how many snaps he played. He didn't play a ton of snaps.
This is with Philadelphia?
Yeah. Zadarius Smith played 20 snaps. He was felt in that game. But, hey, look, Lions had 4 sacks yesterday.
Yeah, and one of them was by Marcus Davenport.
Yeah, let's hope
he had more injuries than sacks yesterday, though. That's the thing about the whole Zadarius Smith text, and now Jadeveon Clowney's going to sign with the Cowboys. Right. Apparently, it's like they're good now, I guess, according to the Lions. But I'm under the assumption that Marcus Davenport's definitely going to get injured at some point this year for multiple weeks. And so, who steps up at that point? I mean, the guy I just don't want to get hurt at all is Aiden Hutchinson. As long as he doesn't get hurt, then fine. We move on with other injuries are going to happen in the league. But Davenport, I just don't have any. I don't have any faith he's going to be there for 15 games.
Al-Qadim Muhammad had 4 tackles in the game, including a sack. He's somebody to keep an eye on. I see how he develops as a player, and somebody that's out there for a lot of snaps now. Mm-hmm. Wingo's on this team now, and he played a bunch of snaps. I can't wait to see Josh Paschal come back. But really, I'm excited about what may or may not happen at the trade deadline, and whether it's Hendrickson or not. I mean, you get to the trade deadline, the Lions have cap space that they have saved. I'm going to guess specifically for this reason, and they'll be one of those teams that can be buying at the deadline to improve this team and hopefully put them over the top to make a real long push for the playoffs. Jay
in White Lake, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hello, boys. How's it going?
Good. All right, Jay.
So my champ is St. Brown for literally being clever enough in 5 seconds to eclipse my ex at being able to hook my emotions on strings and control me like some sick puppet master. And then my chump is, honestly, everybody on either side of this whole Ben Johnson thing. It's like sports are emotional for the fans. That's what makes them so successful. It's, football will make you say the kindest things in the world or the most horrible things in the world. So you got the guys that are furious about Ben Johnson and dropping the whole F Ben Johnson thing at the game. And then you got the other side that's outraged that they're saying it, and it's because it's classless, and I get it and all that, but it's like, just move on. This is sports. It's all about emotion, and we're human beings. So it is what it is. It's always going to be that way. It's never going to change.
You're probably more right than wrong. Thank you for the phone call. Daryl in New Huddy, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Daryl?
How you doing?
Okay.
Hey, we got a new nickname for Jared Goff, guys.
What's that?
The Rifleman. I brought this up a couple of years ago, and everybody, well, it's a little too early to be talking about a nickname for him. Well, how about now? This guy, 17 completions 17 passes in a row yesterday, 23 of 28, 18 the year before, complete. This guy is, when he's got his guys together, that offense is unbeatable. And they are on top of their game right now. And as long as everybody stays healthy, that's it. Another thing I got for you is this. We need to change that one word in that fight song yet, guys. Roaring down the field.
Very important issues. I'm glad we attacked them here on Carson Anderson. Goff's nickname and change one of the lyrics.
Yep, there you go.
They have been addressed. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, I know you see them. Those are the red, white, blue trucks. They are everywhere. They're there for a reason. The great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're there to help you out. And your furnace or your boiler are up to date and ready to fight against the crisp fall air, well, give them a call. They're going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of those 5-star reviews that they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, your boiler, your water filtration, or, hey, maybe make sure your AC is running cool this week because we still got temperatures in the 80s. Schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Good Monday, everybody. Lions win. Michigan wins. Michigan State wins. Tigers salvage a game and a series. Magic number 7. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Travis next on 97.1. Hi, Travis.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
You know, that went about as well as any outcome possibly could. You dominate in a bounce-back game, knock off the Bears, go to 1-1. And, you know, I don't want to get too high, much like I didn't want to get too low after the Green Bay loss, but turning our eyes to the Monday night game, I know the narrative is going to be how are we going to stop Lamar Jackson, and I really want to say how are they going to stop Jared Goff, because through 2 weeks, the Ravens' defense has been putrid, guys. We saw what Buffalo did to them. They gave up 323 total yards of offense and lost the time of possession battle to the lowly Browns. So the Detroit Lions are going to have an opportunity to move the ball and score points on Baltimore. That's not a question. Yes, the question is, can you contain Lamar? But with the interior offensive line being cleaned up, if that's really what happened as opposed to the Bears being terrible, the Lions are going to have a wonderful shot on Monday night, fellas.
So, look, the big thing here is how are they going to respond to being on the road? I don't know if it's as simple as young and new parts, bad communication that they need to straighten out. But if it's a different deal, like, that's why I'm glad they're actually doing it now. I'd say going to Baltimore and going to Green Bay are similar challenges. And, you know, maybe the teams are different, but I'm talking about the environments. And I think Detroit has a chance to show improvement by responding to this environment only 2 weeks later after it was honestly a disaster.
Yeah, and it's if you're a Ravens fan, it's alarming to see how many yards they gave up against Buffalo. I mean, that's 500 yards in offense. And the Lions just put up 500 yards in offense against Chicago. So that's what's coming for them. And if the Ravens can't get after the quarterback, then the Lions offense will hum along. We see what happens when Jared Goff has time. And look, it's one game where the offense was spectacular.
Yep.
But that was in the friendly confines of Ford Field. We were able to hear what the next person next to you was saying. When you go into Baltimore in front of 70,000 fans on a Monday night, it's different.
Let's go to Dave in Clinton Township here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Dave.
Hey, fellas. So one thing in both games, even in the loss to Green Bay, that is kind of like that I like seeing so far is the second half. Since the guys have been in town, they have not done well coming out of the tunnel the second half, making adjustments or whatever. These first 2 games of this season, they seem to take off right where they left off.
Well, I mean, it's
the second half team for the first part of their go around.
Dan Campbell's still in charge. We obviously have new coordinators, but we'll find out over the long term. It's too early to draw any conclusions on the coordinators. But yeah, I mean, there were good adjustments made. So, with you on that. Do you have a landline back there, Dave? Is that what we heard?
No, that's the work number. I'm supposed to be working, so.
Well, get back to it, buddy.
No, I'd rather talk to you guys. I mean, I used to call all the time, and then I went to a company that I couldn't call because they actually do the ratings for you guys.
They do the what? Oh, I heard what you said. Yeah, probably shouldn't even bring that up. Let's go to Rodney in Westland. You're next. Hi, Rodney.
How you doing, fellas?
Hey.
I got a comment to make. I have to stick up. I didn't call to make a political statement, but I have to stick up for my former president. I'm a veteran. I was a commander, and I guarded Jimmy Carter for a year and a half. And when he died, the flags were not lowered to half mast even. So it's going to be up to our military to straighten our country out, and then you'll see what happens. And that said, I'm going to leave it alone. My champs are which go together, the offensive line and Goff. Without either one or the other, we wouldn't have had a day like we did yesterday. And my chump is for Holmes, keep throwing Davenport down our throat like he's going to make us believe by signing him and having him is going to make our defensive line better. he's not going to even last half the season.
Well, but if he does, and it's a big if, and that's the thing with Marcus Davenport, if he can stay healthy, he is a good player. But how many games are you going to get out of him? I hope they can get double-digit games out of him. I hope it's around 15. But, they're 2 games into it, and he came in and out of the game yesterday with different injuries. I hope he's healthy enough, and maybe they have an extra day because the next game is Monday night. Maybe that matters for him.
Brendan and Royal Oak, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brendan.
Hey, my champ has got to be that this offense can still be explosive without Ben Johnson. And then my jump has to be how overblown the Ben Johnson chants were. I mean, I can see it going both ways because he did disrespect us kind of going out and going to the Bears. But, I mean, he was a centerpiece in turning this franchise around. So I just think it's overblown and taking away the good
How is
things
it disrespectful for him just to take another job?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like the press conference where he didn't even mention Jared Goff's name. He said the quarterback. And then just going to the Bears.
Is that really that big a deal, though?
No, it's not. That's why I'm saying I think it's overblown. But
okay.
I can see it going both ways, yeah.
Well, look, he's in a weird spot because my guess is as much as the Detroit fan base can't stand Chicago's fan base can't stand Detroit. And if he is anything, if he's too effusive in his praise, and he referred to Goff as the quarterback, if he's showing that he's, likes him or misses him in any way, that's going to get misinterpreted on the other side, right?
True. But being at the game last night, or yesterday, in terms of the chant and how many people were engaging in the chant, from what I could tell, it happened from one end zone, and it was maybe a couple thousand fans. It's not like there were 65,000 Lions fans chanting it, but it was audible.
King, what do you think of this?
Well, Jared Goff heard it, right? So he reacted to it. He didn't like it. Yeah. So,
No,
I mean, it is a weird spot for him, Doug. You can't give too much credit because he knows he went to a rival team. And the thing is, I think he went there for multiple reasons. Obviously, he's getting paid more, but I think he's very familiar with this division, and that's why he stayed in the division. He's trying to give himself the best chance to succeed. And although the Bears, they're not a team that everyone thinks like, oh, you can go turn them around, it's easy. No, but he's very familiar with the Packers and the Vikings and the Lions because he just came from there. So I think, hey, man, I know it's the rival, but at least I know the division, and it kind of helped me if I went to like the AFC West or AFC South. I don't know those teams as well, right? Because it's hard to get jobs in this league, and that's why you got to find the right one and hopefully succeed. Because getting a second try, it's not everyone gets one. And by the way, if things don't work out for Ben Johnson there, and Johnny Morton's great, and he gets a head coaching position somewhere, I'd welcome back Ben Johnson.
I hear you. All right, Champ and Chump, thanks for all your votes. We'll post on our website tomorrow who the people select as Champ and Chump of the Weekend. Heavy voting today. Of course, a lot of people want to discuss a football team that bounced back in week 2, and they'll get to do so next with Rico and Mike. And Rico is in studio. What's up, man?
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
Good.
That's good.
Doug, didn't realize you were not officiating, but you were calling a game that had Batman in it.
Putting Jason Barham at the edge spot really did make a difference.
I need you to call him Batman.
We'll see.
What's the Batman thing? What am I missing?
At one point, somebody asked Biff Poggi about Jason Barham at edge rusher, and he said, "I think he's Batman." Or did he? Did he
No,
say that?
it's
He said
Bryce
about
Underwood.
Bryce. He said, "I'm sorry." He said Jason
Right.
might be a superhero. We got to
Right.
check for his DNA. He was funny.
But Bryce was Batman.
Bryce was
he
Batman.
may be Batman.
Jason might be a superhero. We
So
got
I
to
need
check
you to
for
say
his
Batman dropping back the pass.
DNA. Probably not, but we'll see.
I'm trying.
How are you?
Good, man.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Good weekend.
Yes. Good weekend across the board.
Yeah.
So yeah, Lions went out there, handled business.
Yes,
now
they did.
We see we're gonna ask the question. Later on in the show, we do a little game called "Can We Say That?"
Okay.
We're gonna ask the Lions fans, give us some things that we can say based off what you see.
Have a good show.
Thank you.
Have a great day, everyone. Stay
And
safe.
You know what? I'm jealous of you guys. Just wanted to
Just get outside again. Another one of these
there you
days, huh? Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Acting Michigan head coach Biff Poggi said that safety Rod Moore would have played against Central Michigan, and he expects him to play this week against Nebraska. MSU head coach Jonathan Smith spoke to the media as well and said that offensive lineman Luka Vincic would be a long-term injury and likely out for the entire year. Kick returner Lante Brown is in that same boat. In terms of receiver Nick Marsh and running back Mekhi Frazier, they're waiting to see what it looks like at the end of the week. What's the team philosophy on playing guys that haven't practiced much? Bears corner Jalen Johnson left yesterday's loss against the Lions in the second quarter, and today Adam Schefter says he'll be out indefinitely with a groin injury. Dan Campbell set to talk with the media today as 3 as they prepare to face the Ravens on Monday Night Football a week from today. ESPN NFL reporter Jeremy Fowler says the Baltimore pass rusher Kyle Van Noy may miss a couple games with a hamstring injury as well. The Red Wings have released their new Centennial jerseys. They'll wear more than a dozen times this year at home. Pre-orders are now being accepted. The Tigers have the day off as they prepare for Cleveland tomorrow. They're leading the Central down to 6.5 games with 6 games left against the Guardians this regular season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Monday. God, I hope people are in a better mood. All right, let's do this as we start the week.
How could they not be in a better mood?
Well, I like the better mood. I don't like some of the crackheadedness I've heard on this station today, but we're going to get into it.
That's what happens when you dropped a 50 burger. Yeah.
On a kid in a wheelchair. But that's fine. Listen, we can get it. I want to get into all of it. We've got so much to do with the NFL, and we have a little bit of college. I mean, I know normally we separate our worlds. There's just not a whole lot to say. Like, I think everyone to a man thought they'd beat the Bears. We talked about it Friday. If they had a chance to rub Ben Johnson's face in it, they would. It went a little far for me, but I don't care. If people had a good time, and hopefully you hit your prop bets. But, I mean, you have starters in a game up 52-21. I'm going, what are we doing here? The F. Ben Johnson chants are hilarious to me. It's like, dude, he took a job. He didn't F your mother. It ain't that real. He took a job.
Right.
So, look, it's cool. It's what you do to bad teams, but I will give you a warning label on it. Enjoy it. It's an ice cream sandwich. It's tasty for the moment. It ain't going to do nothing for you long term. It felt like that game was very bizarrely personal to them, and that they needed a confidence boost. That felt like Dan Campbell was injecting confidence into his team, that maybe they were shaken after Green Bay. Maybe that's why they took the route of the aggrieved in the media. Okay, Stella got her groove back. All right, now let's take it to Baltimore where we can actually have an acid test. Is that fair?
Oh, yeah.
Because the Bears are, Rico, I mean this. The Bears are one of the 3 worst teams in football. Especially after watching Minnesota last night. Hello. Even Kenny's nodding. Kenny, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
I'm just working my way back to 100%. Everything's all good.
Listen, you beat Tennessee. Again, you should be amped.
I was psyched after that game.
Okay.
Don't get me started.
Okay. I just want to make sure you're with us.
Oh, I'm active.
Then the Lions give you a 50 burger. And I know they were standing over the kid in the wheelchair saying, get up. And the kid's like, I can't.
But that's what you're supposed to do. To me, that's not impressive. I'm not, like excited about this win. It doesn't feel like we've accomplished anything.
I think the win is fun.
Sure,
but the different, like I was listening to callers calling on the morning show, and it's like, we're going 16 wins.
Are we getting the double-digit disco from Costa, by the way? That's going to be coming for the Baltimore game, right?
No, can't be.
That's what we said about the Bills. That was the double-digit disco game.
I just view it Super Bowl standard. That's what you do to bad teams. The Lions have already established this is who they are, by the way. If they can rub your faces in it, they will, which is fine. It's fun, but I don't take a lot from it. Like, let me give you an example. And this is where I could make my day easier, but I don't want to take these. I want to speak to you honestly. So when I'm watching all these games and I'm taking notes for the football show on Sunday nights, like the first half, I view it so different than probably the average fan, which is I didn't really like the way the Lions played in the first half. First of all, the refs handed you 7 because they don't know the damn rules. Second of all, you squandered 2 turnovers by the Bears by going 3 and out, not doing anything with it. And you had no pass rush when the game was in or at consequence. The pass rush really came when it was a zillion to 20.
When they quit. They rolled over and said, here's our belly, you can rub it.
Well, and it's also when you know they're throwing. So, like, that's unnatural to me. So, like, I didn't love this first half, and maybe a lot of fans did, because I'm looking at it through the lens of how do we have to play to win a Super Bowl? Now, the Bears are going to be one of the 3 worst teams you play. It's just clear. The Giants and the Browns will be the other 2. Is that fair?
The Browns, yes.
Okay.
Don't you do that to your G, man.
It's okay.
Big G would not be happy.
The point I'm making is there's still a lot to clean up. And then, look, did you rub their faces in it and have a good time and get your players hype, get the fans hype? Of course you did. But I don't take a lot out of it. The same way I don't take a lot out of emptying your grocery bag against Central Michigan. For me, the acid test comes this week. You at Baltimore, or in the case of Michigan, at Nebraska. Right. That doesn't mean I'm not happy. Of course I'm happy. But it's interesting that people want to draw like some form of, okay, we're back to what? Well, yeah. I'm with Kenny.
It was very personal.
This is what you do. You were a touchdown favorite at home. This is what you do.
I mean, the talk in the locker room, Birchfield, he put something out on social media, Jared Goff walking through the locker room saying, sky's not falling, huh? Like,
yeah, see, they're
the Bears, and then Brian Branch.
Their aggrieved routine is old to me. It's like, look, you got punched in the face against Green Bay.
And we all saw it.
90% of people didn't have the sky falling. It was simple. Green Bay might be better than you. You're still an 11-win team. Let's move it forward. It's just weird stuff. So I leave that alone. I'm with you, though. Aiden did that last week, too. It was very odd.
Well, the Brian Branch, it was personal. And, dude, he took a job. Like, so later down the line, if you end up going as a free agent, are you betraying the team? No, it's a business decision. But hey, you know what? You got the win. You celebrated. You showed your ass.
Make it personal every week if that's how you're going to play.
I mean, even the fourth on the goal line, like, just kick the field. No, you're going to score.
I didn't have a problem with that because ultimately I think Ben Johnson answered the question perfectly. That's not what they do.
I understand, but it's just like at some point you got to. That used to be your friend.
Well, I would have pulled the starters. I wouldn't have Amon-Ra in a fourth quarter game scoring more touchdowns. Like, would you really? I was shocked. And Davenport was in there, even after coming out of the game dinged up. Hutch was in there. I was like, are we going to pull these guys? Nope. And I heard TJ talk about it. He even was like, guys, the body's cold. There's nothing left here.
I guess everybody wanted a piece of the piñata.
Well, they got it.
They did.
And I'm glad they feel great because they're going to need it Monday against the Ravens. Now, the Ravens game is where if you win, we're going to take something out of it. Mm-hmm. But I am a little surprised because the fans here have been shown what it takes to win. They know. And they know what real is. Like, we're still doing this euphoria stuff that they drilled the Bears.
Yeah. And no, because I think it was therapeutic. I think because of what happened with the Green Bay game and how fans felt for an entire week, and there was a lot of questioning of how good is this team? Can this team get off the mat? Was Ben Johnson all the offense? And the fact that they went out there and scored over 50 points showed, okay, they can score. But I think a lot of questions were not necessarily asked, but fans had doubts that they needed to see this. And I think the team needed to see this.
So you know what I think it is? I think it's deeper than that. And maybe people disagree, agree. I'd love to know your biggest takeaway from the game. You guys watch games completely different than I do. I understand that. Not right or wrong. It's just different. What was your biggest takeaway? Because I honestly think it was chicken soup for the soul. I think you needed it. And by the way, the players were strutting around. Oh, this guy's not falling. It's like, you know what? That kind of feels a little insecure. That kind of feels like you needed it. Maybe you were questioning some things in the quiet time. See, that's my whole thing is you don't get to say, I tune out all the outside noise and then cite the noise after you beat up a kid in a wheelchair. That just feels odd to me.
And then steal the wheels.
Oh, Jared Goff said, it comes from outside the building? Don't care. Well, then why are you talking about outside the building stuff after you beat up a homeless man? You can't be both ways. Yeah. That to me is where this team's got to get to is just stop acting like no one believes in you or you're aggrieved. Everyone kisses your ass. Mm-hmm. Go play the games. And by the way, week-to-week league, we always talk about this. This is why the schedule game, I never freak out about it. Bengals game. Does that look different now?
Does.
Joe Burrow's done for the year.
It does.
For all intensive purposes, Burrow's done for the year, unless the Bengals do something insane and they're, 3-9 and they bring this guy back for the last couple of games. He's done. He needs surgery. It took the O-line less than 2 weeks to get him killed. Toe injury, gone, dead. Yeah. So, look, and by the way, maybe that'll heat up our pursuit of Trey Hendrickson. I'm kidding. I just can't let that go. Kenny, come on. I did that for you.
Jeez, man, that's tough.
You don't need anybody. Right.
248-539-9797.
Darius had a nice game. I don't know if you saw that or not.
Okay.
You said we're good.
Yes.
Yeah.
David, any thoughts?
Yeah. When's the parade?
No, stop.
Oh, I'm sorry.
David, you have to find a middle ground, especially as a pastor. Let people be happy.
You can be happy. Celebrate, be happy.
It's just a little wild.
Too. And it's week 2. I'm sorry you're not going to the Super Bowl yet. That's all. You did what you were supposed to do against the Bears. Now let's see it next week against the Ravens.
Like I thought they were an 11-win team going into the game. I think they're 11 going out. That's it.
You shouldn't change your ideas after each week. You shouldn't go from 10 to 13.
Well, no. I had them around 10, but I feel better because of the Bengals game because Burrow's not going to be there.
Move to 11.
So
Come on, move to 11.
That's a team that you should beat.
Move to 11.
But,
get to 11 with me.
Man, the Cowboys kicking 70-yard field goals, man. I'm just saying.
Do you know the text my dad sent me?
I don't.
He goes, son, I love you, but I have to take a walk to clear my head. My dad didn't want to take a walk. He took his walk in the morning. He had an impromptu, emotional clear-out walk after the Giants game yesterday.
Please tell me he returned.
Buddy.
That's rough.
I only know he's still with us because he texted me, all right? Because that was a lot for him to handle. The Giants lost a game with 15 seconds left, up 3, and the opponent's got the ball in their own 25. That's a hard trick to turn.
After Neighbors hits the night-night pose.
Yeah. Okay.
I fell for him.
I feel for my dad. I'm numb to it. All right. To the people, 248-539-9797. Happy you guys are happy, but I'm not altering what I think about the team, and I'll see you in Baltimore. I don't know what else to say. It's the same thing. I thought Michigan was an 8 or 9 win team. Why would I change it after they beat CMU like CMU cheated them?
They beat them like they stole something.
They were breaking out trick plays. That's what they did to the Windsor Surgeons Club back in 1886. We're just here to teach you how to play. All right, run Power Trip 36.
Well, they won the Show Cause Bowl.
Bro. It's almost a tradition now.
That's not a flag, David.
It kind of is. David.
That's not a flag. Both teams have show causes.
David, it's the 3rd year in a row you're going to have 25% of your season coached by somebody else. It's kind of a tradition. They should sell this. Like, just tell Sharon, you only got to coach 9 games a year. We're going to sell the right to coach to rich donors for 3 games.
There you go.
Like the name of the coach, you sell the right.
The Ira B. Wasserman family coach. And you're like, $5 million, you get the headset, you get to do, and then you can call your quarterback Batman. That $15 million will pay for the roster.
You're right.
Hey, honestly, State could sell all 12. It wouldn't make a difference.
So Tennessee sells, you get access to the press conference. Michigan sells, you get the coach.
You coach.
You can coach against one of these bad teams. We're just going to beat the brakes off.
And
of
we'll let
anyway.
you call 6 trick plays.
Right.
Whatever you like. Rico, take him to church. We'll get to the people next.
Specs at LTU, located right here in the city of Southfield. You want a career in entertainment, whether it's radio, TV, or graphic design artist, let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path. Like I said, they're located right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech, and you're going to be taught from day one in the lab by instructors like myself who work in the business. What does it mean? It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn everything that you need to know. So you need to sign up right now to get started in either the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, or graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. But you need to make an appointment today. Here's what you need to do. Call 1-800-CALL-LTU, 1-800-CALL-LTU, or you can email at admissions@ltu.edu, admissions@ltu.edu. Do that today and get your career started now because classes are filling up for the winter.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on a law firm, a team of real professionals. Maurice and Jerry, their success, second to none. They are ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll tax issues you may have. Visit abrahamandrose.com or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS again. Jeremy ought to really like that play. David, the ticket text, and we'll get to the callers. Give us your biggest takeaway from it. Look, they did their job. I mean, am I totally down with the whole keeping starters in the fourth quarter to rub their faces in it? I don't care. I'm unemotional about it. If it makes you happy, respect. I'm also not unhinged about it. Like, this is a travesty. No, I mean, it's what they do. Do I need that? No, because I think we all know the Bears. We talked about this in the lead up. Once that Monday night game took place and you saw how messed up the Bears were, and then they showed up here and Jalen Johnson gets hurt early, their backup corners are awful. They're a mess. They're a complete and utter mess. So cool. Like, if it makes you feel better, I can get with it, but it has no bearing long-term for me. This was just get right, get some confidence, have a good time, make the people happy. But evaluation-wise, I'll see you in Baltimore on Monday.
I don't even think it was make the people happy, Mike. I'm going to add to that. I think it was make the team happy. I think the team needed this as well.
Well, clearly, if Jared Goff's walking around after the game talking about, see, sky's not falling. No one said the sky's falling. No, we said you got your ass kicked by the Packers. Yeah. We said that every concern we had in the offseason played out in real time.
I mean, choreographed end zone celebrations. That was the fumble Rooski play that Ben Johnson designed.
They put a lot of thought into their spite, which I kind of respect.
I was like, did they spend extra time after practice? Okay, guys. I know we're done at 5, but end zone celebration from 5 to 7:30.
And the reason I'm not, I don't have time to, like, I'm not going to get angry about the Ben Johnson chants. Like, is it something I would do? No. But I'm not mad if people did it. I just don't care. But, like, I'm not going to sit there and get mad at the Lions for rubbing it in on Ben Johnson, because Ben Johnson really enjoyed rubbing other people's faces in it when he was here. So, okay, this is what you operated. Now we're going to operate on you a little bit. So I'm, like I said, not everything has to have a visceral reaction. David, go ahead, brother.
Lions scored 50 in an NFL game, and Kenny isn't impressed? All right, man. Someone else says.
No, time out. You are showing you don't watch the league. You're showing you don't understand how bad your opponent was. And we've seen it before. We've seen this game before, multiply. This isn't new. This isn't like you averaged 19 points a game like the Kansas City Chiefs and erupted for 50. No, this is what you do to bad teams. Yeah. The Titans, Jacksonville, etc. Yeah. It's not new.
Yeah,
What's Kenny supposed to do? Pull it out of his pants?
And part of that is partially garbage time, too. It's not like they scored 50 points in the first half. Like, two completely different things we're talking about.
Yeah, you scored 50 leaving your starters in the game against the team that had quit. I mean, bully for you. I'm not mad about it. But, like, again, this is the weird glazing in this town. Just have fun with it. But I understand what Kenny is saying, because you guys, it's actually a compliment. You've attained a level of success that this is not new and it's not impressive. It's fun. But the things that will get Kenny excited, correct me if I'm wrong, don't want to speak for you, go to Baltimore and win.
Yes.
Do that.
Even if you win by 3 points and the score is 20-17, win in Baltimore.
Just win.
Yes.
Show me you can beat a team that's that good. Let's do that. Sorry, Rico. Go ahead.
No. It's as you said, it was like when they beat the Carolina Panthers. It was like, you're supposed to beat them like that. And that was the Bears yesterday. It looked competitive for maybe a quarter and a half, and then after that, you could clearly see that the Bears just had nothing left in the tank. They only had one punch, and when that punch failed, the game was over when they couldn't convert 2 3rd and 1s and 4th and 1s.
Their offensive line was a mess coming in.
How soft are you guys?
They're bad. I told you they're bad. And their tackles are bad. And guess what? Either Braxton Jones got hurt or was benched. So now you're on a backup tackle there. They're down both starting corners. You abuse their backups, as you should. You got $70 million in wide receiver running around. It was fun.
Well, that's what you said, as you should. I think that's the operative sentence that Lions fans need to be looking at this Monday is, as you should. You beat the Bears, as you should. You dominated them, as you should.
Well, and that's, like I said, cool to have a great time with it. But I'm not going to have people coming at you because you're not pantsless back there. It just doesn't make sense. Like, pantsless is the party will beat Baltimore.
Right.
Then we can have a different conversation.
Right.
Let's go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, what's going on, pal? How you doing?
Hey, I'm not doing too bad. As far as my biggest takeaway, and you touched on this, Mike, and so did TJ earlier, I just don't understand, especially after what happened to us last year with all the injuries, why we got a 31-point lead and still have these people in there. Our starters, we got Davenport, he's laying on the ground. Branch is laying on the ground. I mean, do we want to end up in the position we were last year? It's just kind of frustrating.
It struck
I
me.
love the show, I love the program, but that didn't make any sense to me.
No, Eric, I get it because it looked like they were just trying to win the battle and didn't care about the war. We got to make sure that we show everything that we have against this Bears team and Ben Johnson.
I mean, Eric, it's okay to say it. It doesn't mean you're not happy about the win. It was puzzling, though. I mean, look, if you guys don't like me saying it, then fine. TJ Lang said it. Get mad at him. It's the truth. It's overkill. I mean, it's look.
Thanks for taking it.
You got it, Eric. It's no problem. But it's like what Tom Osborne used to do when Nebraska would play Pacific and they beat him 85-3. Steve Spurrier still throwing the ball over CMU when they did win 82-3. That's fine if that's how you want to roll. I just don't have to light birthday candles. But I would have preferred to sit people down.
Right, but even if you go 82-3, you're doing it with second and third string players. That okay, if the backups go in there, and it's not my problem. But yeah, when you're looking at starters and people are going down, like it was like Davenport was in, he was back out, he was in, he's like, okay. That's one guy that I would have probably tapped on the shoulder and said, "Rest easy, big fella. We got this."
Yeah, just chill.
Yeah, we got this.
We won. Heal up. We're going to need you in Baltimore for what's going to be a very physical football game next week.
As a matter of fact, give me a helmet.
Now run him back out. I need stats. I'm like, all right, dude, do your thing. I don't care. Go to Dan, 97.1. What's up, Danny?
Mike, my biggest takeaway from this game is that, as is so often true, you were right to complain about Brad Holmes not bringing in someone to back up Davenport. Zadarius went to the Eagles. Jadeveon Clowney just got signed by the Cowboys. What are we doing relying on a dude who's played less than half of his career games as a viable piece to this defense?
And he already got hurt twice yesterday. I'm just glad it wasn't serious. But yeah, he's already dinged up, and you're like, uh-oh.
And I got to tell you, Mike, my father-in-law, born and raised in New York, is a Giants fan. I watched that overtime, and just tell Big G I'm sorry. Like, that was brutal. I'm going to the Lions and Giants game this year. My father-in-law is coming out. We're going to have a good time, but, boy, it was rough.
Listen, Danny, by that point in the season, I would expect the game against the Giants to look exactly like yesterday. So I need you to treat your father-in-law nicely, as long as he treats you nice. Buy that man a beverage. Give him a hug. That's going to be a tough afternoon.
Don't worry, I will.
All right, Danny, I appreciate it, pal. Hey, maybe Kayvon Thibodeau's playing for you guys by then.
Oh. Nah, we're good.
Dude, just let me dream. Kayvon played really well yesterday.
He did, Mike. Okay. Don't give up the faith.
It's over.
Russ looked good.
Listen, I'm as sure of the Lions winning 11 games as I am now the Giants are going to go 3-14.
No.
So can we let's just level.
No. Not going to happen.
Oh, 2-15? No. Gotcha. Yes, David. I'll tell you, we'll get David's thoughts in a minute. He's very upset with me.
That's a 7-8 win team.
If they played in the Big Ten. Hungry Howie's Pizza. We got Monday Night Football tonight, people. Look, great time, not only with youth sports dominating your schedule, but order some pizza for the games tonight. I think Houston and Tampa is a hell of a nice one. And Hungry Howie's, man, they've got you covered. They have got real deal Detroit style pizza. Not many people realize this. Again, I stick to the round, but if you like your Detroit style, Hungry Howie's has it. Yes, they do. Possibly the best. $12.99 right now. You can get that Detroit style special, authentic. Hey, it's there for you. You want to mix it into your regular order? It's Hungry Howie's. Check it out, hungryhowies.com. The boldly authentic Detroit-style pizza, $12.99 only at Hungry Howie's. All right, straight to the people. David, do you want to speak? Because I felt like you were damn close to yelling at me. Go ahead, and then we'll get to the callers.
No, I wasn't going to yell at you. I was going to yell at myself for picking the Giants, that is, as a wild card team. I'm an idiot.
Well, I could have told
Season is not over yet.
Oh, you can already give me that receipt. That was dumb.
Listen, I'm just thankful I have the Lions because as my B team, it allows me to still watch some level of good football. My father does not have that option.
It does give you that option. You know, people catch actual kickoff returns and don't let them go over their head.
Okay, then we'll go to Johnny, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy? And Johnny. All right, well, we'll put him on hold. Kenny, a little customer service, if you would. We'll go to Lance, 97.1. Lance, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen, I called in simply because I was elated with the performance, the bounce back yesterday. I had an opportunity to get to the ball game.
Oh, nice.
The crowd, well, the place was electric, and that's what I've come to expect during the Campbell era. I was really curious as to how the ball team was going to perform, after Green Bay, and I still had this question in my mind about the loss of those two coordinators, both on offense and defense. And those questions were answered for me yesterday. Now, I have no complaint. I don't think it was unsportsmanlike for those starters to be in through the entirety of the third and into the fourth quarter. I think it goes around and it comes around. And when things aren't so good for the Lions again, and Ben Johnson and his crew's on the rise, and maybe they take down the Lions one day, it's not going to be this year. I don't think it'll be next year. It might be 3 years out.
I'm not sure he'll be there that long if it keeps looking the way it looks so far. But yeah, Lance, I hear you.
But he had a boatload of work to do, and we knew that. Here's the one thing that I just disagree with about what Johnson did. I don't blame him for taking a head coaching position. I think he probably has earned that. It's evident he earned that. But I just thought there was an unwritten rule that you don't go within the division. I thought that was an unwritten rule, Mike.
Lance, no. If somebody within the division is offering you your first head coaching job, you got to take it.
No, I don't think you do have to take it. I thought there was a time you did not do that.
There's the key.
I thought there was
No, you're not wrong. Lance, it's an old school mentality, one that I tend to agree with. And I'm not mad that the players are a little salty. It was just funny, Lance. It got to a point. You had thrown Ben Johnson into the wood chipper. You were then scooping up the guts and refiltering them in the wood chipper. It was like, guys, he's dead. It's over.
They're not coming back. Yeah.
But I'm a little older school like Lance, so I was surprised he ended up there. And I'm okay if the players take it personal to a point. But I'm also not all broken up about, like, this is a disgrace. No, they were having a good time.
I guess I
don't
see it as the fact that he was an offensive coordinator. He's going to be a head coach. He's going to advance his career. If anything, it gives you a leg up if you're Dan Campbell saying, hey, my coaching tree is starting to expand. Okay, and I get to beat you twice a year. Great. But you can't go within division. How the hell you can? If somebody's offering you the money, and yes, no. I'm going to turn this thing down out of loyalty for who? The NFL is not loyal to anybody.
Well, the problem with that to me is he already shown an ability to turn a job down. Washington was going to offer him the job, and he said no. So he could have said no again.
I want to just say this, because we talked about this last night a little bit. The idea that he's hitched his wagon to Caleb Williams over Jaden Daniels is going to be quite something.
And I think I think he realized a mistake and he tried to correct it and said, I'm not turning down another job. And he was hoping that Caleb will I could do with Caleb was what I'm seeing, what happening with Jaden. A little different.
Also, I think we can calm down on the J.J. McCarthy heartthrob talk.
But he had a kid.
No, that's great. So his penis works. Happy for him. But I'm not sure his arm does. Because Justin Jefferson may murder him.
Yeah. Well, we know his does.
All righty.
No, but you're right. No, I'm talking about Jeremy Otto, not Justin Jefferson.
I was like, okay.
He played the Jeremy Otto drop.
Calm down, everybody. No, I will say this, and you made this point in pre-show. There's definitely, this division looks different after 2 weeks than I think what everyone expected. The gap between Lions, Packers, and then Bears and Vikings is seismic right now.
And see, I would even say it's in 3 tiers. It's Packers, then it's Lions, and then it's the other 2 teams.
No, but I'm being nice. Lions and Packers are going to duel. You could still select the Packers. I am mad at it. The other 2 teams that we thought somebody might be plucky or pesky, no. That's Kevin O'Connell is going to have a real problem on his hands if it looks like that again next week because McCarthy looked helpless. That is now 7 of 8 quarters. He has looked helpless.
Yeah.
And the one quarter he looked okay, it was against the garbage you dropped a bomb on yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at this team. Jefferson's not happy with this team, Mike. And
maybe he should add another diamond necklace.
Well, maybe.
He's only got 4 of them on. But why not go for 5?
But it's the Vikings. This is the guy you chose. And I know you're like, oh, well, Sam Darnold's a ginger. You were winning with him.
I understand.
You had other people who said, I will come and play for you, Minnesota, because I see what you did for
Aaron
Darnold.
Rodgers wanted to go there. You could just say his name. The point is, it's only week 2. But man, last night was something else. You can't look like that for 5 or 6 weeks. So just look, the Lions' schedule could look a lot easier. It's why I stayed at 11. I never changed. It's like what you did to me with the Tigers. You badgered me. Go to 99 wins. No. 98? No. 7? No. 6? No. 90.
You stuck with 90 and
and guess what? They might be lucky to get to that. Best thing for the Tigers is the Lions now play on the weekend.
Hey,
they lost to the Marlins.
I'll be enjoying Houston's thanks to them.
As soon as it opens up, I'll get us a table. Let's go to Johnny, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, sorry about that, guys.
No problem. What's going on?
Hey, look, have we evolved as a team? We got injured. We were injury riddled last year. We're up big. We're not doing anything to protect our players. It's not fun because you know what's fun? Winning a Super Bowl. So if we're still stuck in this, let's run up the score and see what we can do on a crap team, then that's great, but I'm out because I want to see us win a Super Bowl. And all I see is that, do I think our young offensive line has hope and that we can probably compete against good teams? Yes. Time will tell for sure. But I also see, darn, if we had Micah Parsons, we wouldn't have maybe lost last week, and we have a real shot at something. And we have no pass rush, and we're about to pay Aiden Hutchinson $50 million to produce nowhere near that dollar amount.
Yeah, and again, when you look at a box score and it goes, well, we had 4 sacks, what do you want? Well, those came when the game was out of reach. The game was over, and it was just pin your ears back and whatever. Like, first half, where was pass rush? It was nowhere.
That's right. Nowhere.
So, then again, Johnny, I know, I watch games differently than a lot of people. It doesn't make it right, but I do. I'm cynical about stuff, and I care when things happen, not that they happen. And it's like yesterday, if you look at a box score at the end of Carolina, Arizona, just picking a game out of the wind, Bryce Young's stat line, you'd go, you know what? He played okay. No, he didn't. No. That was 27-3, and he was utterly useless the first 3 quarters. When things happen matters. So Johnny, I get it. And I'm with you. I just care about winning the big games. So job well done yesterday. Everyone had a great time. But
I thought you can go full Dan Miller.
No. Job well done. Ben Johnson's a bitch. But that's the deal. The running it up that's for you guys. That ain't for me. I'm fine. Whatever makes the players happy. And if it means they play better, by all means. Score 60. I don't care. But I'm with Johnny in that I don't need peanut brittle out there in the fourth quarter. Like, Davenport was already banged up. Why is this guy? Oh, what are we got to get him a sack?
None of my starters would have been out there.
It was interesting. Look, you got a 4-quarter game next week unless something goes intergalactic one way or the other.
Yeah.
We'll see you in Baltimore. That's what that'll be an acid test. That's what I care about. But I do think the schedule got easier because the Bears are bottom 3 in this league. I've watched every team through 2 weeks. Rico, that's one of the 3 worst teams I've watched. Minnesota looks helpless. Your schedule looks easier. I think that should give fans a little bit of confidence because we were not alarmists. I said 11 wins. How could 11 be an alarmist?
Well, you didn't say 15.
No, I said the Packers are winning the division, and people got mad at me.
Right.
Not hearing, you're still really good. By the way, I have some audio. Kenny, I'm shocked by you, by the way. You haven't heard this Kirby Smart audio, have you?
No, I haven't.
Okay. We're going to have some fun
I
later.
largely stayed away after that game. I was disgusted by their defensive performance.
You may be disgusted by your coach. I got something for you. 5 words nobody wants to hear. Michigan State football is back.
Baby is yours.
No, you need a new roof. Let's go with that. Wow. What do you do? Who do you call? Oh, my. We've all heard the horror stories of choosing a roofing contractor. Victor's Home Solutions, they're going to simplify things for you. Victor's, thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. They focus on the little things: precision craftsmanship, leaving your yard clean, and communication. And again, high interest rates, not here. Try no interest financing. Minimum payments, 5 years, qualified buyers. All you got to do, get your 21-point roof inspection with Victors. 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS. Or online anytime at victors.com. Exciting times. It's a Monday in football. You know what that means. Can we say that? Question mark? This is bar none my favorite one of our blitz style things.
Okay,
Rico,
Mike.
what do you have?
Well, some news that just is happening is J.J. McCarthy has been ruled out for week 3 for the Minnesota Vikings. Can we say that Minnesota has a J.J. problem?
Hold on. Hold. Stop the clock, as Ronnie the limo driver used to say. Wait a minute. He's been ruled out, not questionable, not doubtful, not awaiting tests.
Out because of an ankle sprain.
So
Carson Wentz is the likely starter.
We're not even going to see if he can practice this week. No, I'll tell you what that is.
And he had a baby.
God, don't give a damn. The point is, that sounds like the veterans walked into the office and said, this kid ain't nowhere near ready to play. Put the ginger in. This seems like you're benching him without saying you're benching him. I'm sorry, man. That's what it sounds like, seems like, feels like.
Okay, yes. And Dave, before I get to you, looking at Jefferson's, his everything about him, his demeanor, he hated life. And he was just like, we backed the wrong horse. So I'm not shocked by seeing this. And yeah, I do think that Justin Jefferson walked in to O'Connell's office and said, we got to make some changes. I don't care how you have to do it. I don't care how you have to break it to the kid. Tell him, you know what? He's going on paternity leave. I don't care. He can't be here. David?
There's not much to say because I was going to say that, Mike. It wasn't the veterans. It was JJ. It was Jefferson went in there and said, get this kid out of here, at least for a week or two.
Look, I don't know if people stayed up to watch that, but he had a look late in the game.
It was theater. You know what it was? It was like Jerry Springer when they do the episode where it's like, well, Kenny's familiar with this one, the whole like, this guy slept with his sister.
There we go.
The point is, you had to watch.
Mm-hmm.
You had to watch it.
Yeah.
I was dying for the Vikings to get the ball back so it could be more whatever that was.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's tougher when you don't know the other team's plays.
Oh, well, he had that great comeback, Mike. You can't say that anymore.
Against the Bears. Yep.
Can we say that Cincinnati needs to give Atlanta a call for a quarterback? Joe Burrow.
They need to trade Trey Hendrickson here.
Okay.
And Joe Burrow needs to demand a trade in the offseason.
You want Joe Burrow?
Me?
Yeah.
As a Giant?
Yeah.
Yes. You kidding me?
He keeps getting injured.
No.
He's
That
on that
offensive
Davenport
line got
chain.
him killed.
Okay.
Look, the Bengals are a mess. Sure, they can call Atlanta, but actually, Browning's not bad. As backups go, Jake Browning is what, a top 5 backup in this league, David? Fair?
Yeah, I would say that. He's like what?
But he's your guy for the year now, pretty much.
Right.
That's fine.
They're going to have to blow that thing up anyways.
Yep.
Hendrickson's walking out the door, and if I rep Burrow, the first thing I do outside of reattach his toe, we're outie.
Right. So
we're leaving.
So if you go Browning and they don't win, then you get the better pick. So it's okay to do this.
Okay. 2-part question.
Yes.
Can we say that the Chiefs will miss the playoffs?
Yes. I didn't have them in the playoffs in our receipt segment, and I sure. Oh, you did? No, they're just, listen, 3 years ago, the Chiefs averaged 31 points a game. The last 3 years, 21, 20, and now 19 points a game. It takes them 8,000 plays to score. There's no explosiveness. It's not fun to watch. They're not that good. I keep telling Costa this, and he just can't take his hands off his own balls when he talks Chiefs. And I go, Jim, you're smart. Watch the games. They're not good. They're not making it.
We may have seen the end of Travis Kelce, the interception in the fourth quarter.
No, it was when you wore a suit with shorts.
No,
you're done.
When the ball goes in the air, it gets picked off, and he just does nothing. He doesn't chase after the guy. He just opted out like it was a practice.
But he yelled on the sidelines.
Okay.
I'm going to say this about the Chiefs. They are worried about the wrong things. Wearing the Ricey Rice shirt pregame, free rice, all this stuff. And then you got Chris Jones at the end talking trash to Jalen Hurts. They're kneeling the ball, dude. You lost.
I just think the AFC's too tough, and I think their division's too tough. I didn't have them in the playoffs. I got a little bit provocative, but yeah, they're 0-2. Thank God, old slump buster's sitting at the end of the bar this week, and it's Brian Dayball.
Well,
hey, haven't gotten lucky in a while? Show up at Dayball's house.
Second part of
that's basically what it's turned into. The Giants are the slump buster of the league.
Second part of the Kansas City question: should they make the trade for?
That's the Giants. Tell us what room number. We'll be there.
Should Kansas City trade for Tyreek Hill? They need a wide receiver.
No. The guy's had 130-yard catch in 2 years. No. And he's a headache. You can't go home again.
I want to hear that Gator drop again. No, they should not. No.
This is the team that's been losing. This is the Giants. Done.
Can we say
yes
that Indianapolis is for real?
I tried to say it, and I got made fun of last week. Yes.
Daniel Jones.
I know. Hey, it's Indiana Jones to you.
Oh.
Listen, if he is nothing more than a stabilizer, just an average to slightly above average quarterback for them, they're going to win that division. I don't trust Houston. Jacksonville, forget it. I am officially done. I divest myself of Trevor Lawrence. I'm done. Look, yeah, man, they're real. They got a nice roster. And all that was missing was a decent QB. And for Daniel Jones, you go from 60 microphones in your face to 6. His personality fits Indianapolis. He couldn't make it in New York. Yeah. And Rico, I know it sounds goofy. He's making big time throws. I watched a lot of that game yesterday.
They've yet to punt.
Yeah, they're about to be 3-0, and they might as well sit the punter again because he will not have to punt. They face Tennessee this week. So 3 weeks in a row, they won't punt.
Cam Ward flashed yesterday.
I don't want to hear it.
That's a divisional game.
I don't want to hear it.
Don't be mad because other quarterbacks throw it more than 20 yards down the field and your guy doesn't.
I don't want to hear it.
Can we say that the Eagles made a pretty good pickup in grabbing Zadarius Smith? He had a pretty good game.
I'm going to leave it to Kenny because people don't want to hear it from me. So hear it from Kenny.
Yes. We can say yes.
He already impacted the game for them already.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, he did.
By the way, Jordan Davis is more than just a fat D tackle.
You tell Cookies that. Can we say he
was
me tooth and nail on that one?
Balling yesterday.
Can we say that Russell Wilson will be the Giants QB for the entire year?
No. Yesterday was a circumstantial anomaly. The Cowboys run a lot of loose zone. Deron Bland was ruled out. They had backup corners out there. He threw a couple of YOLO balls, and 2 of them connected, and 2 of them went into the Cowboys' hands. No. Here's what's going to happen. The Giants are going to lose endlessly, and eventually you're just going to play Jackson Dart. Why? I don't know, because the same staff won't be there next year. So I'm going to say no. I'm sorry. I think the Cowboys defense might be that bad.
Yeah, I think the game within the game yesterday told you Russell will not be the starter for long. When they gave Jackson Dart a couple snaps, now he handed the ball off.
Yeah, but it was the final drive of the game. Why are we rotating quarterbacks like Central Michigan?
That's what I'm saying. But I'm telling you, they're saying we're getting you action because you will be starting. So.
He's going to play. Then it's going to be a disaster.
279 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Can we say that Kyle Shanahan may have found another backup that he'll catapult into the league in Mac Jones?
No. We can just say Kyle Shanahan might be the single best play caller in football. Mac Jones will not have some ascension into contractual agreement. Can he keep you afloat for the month?
Arnold?
No.
Jimmy Garoppolo?
No.
Okay.
No. Beautiful man.
Brock
no.
Purdy?
And also no. Overrated, oft-injured rat. The point is, Kyle Shanahan can fix people for a few weeks. And that's all your team needs. That was a really good win by you guys yesterday. That was a game they easily could have lost, Rico. And they didn't. Can we say
edge rusher.
that Shane Bowen is the Antichrist? Giants defensive coordinator.
Well,
can we say that New York would like to be Will Smith and Shane Bowen be Chris Rock? Yes.
And slap him. Finally, can we say Cleveland needs to make a change at QB?
No. Joe Flacco's just fine. You don't have a better option. Dylan Gabriel's 3 feet tall, and Shador, according to Cleveland reports, isn't even taking snaps in practice. He
What do you
just
do?
holds the clipboard. Wow. It's a disaster. That's on top of the article that came out this week. He told Baltimore, I don't want to back up Lamar Jackson. Well, cool. Then we won't draft it.
Yeah.
Can we say that playing 25 yards of soft prevent defense when the other team is a kicker who can hit from 70 might not be a bright idea?
That is, can we say that? NFL edition 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions take on the Baltimore Ravens a week from today on Monday Night Football. ESPN NFL ESPN NFL reporter Jeremy Fowler says that Ravens edge rusher Kyle Van Noy may miss a few games with a hamstring injury. He led them in sacks last season. Dan Campbell, currently at the podium, will have the latest from him at 4. Adam Schefter reporting that Commanders QB Jaden Daniels has a knee injury that has put his status for this week in question. Former Michigan signal caller and current Viking J.J. McCarthy likely out against the Bengals with a knee sprain of his own. If that's the case, it'll mark a battle of the backups. Mike's excited for that as Cincinnati's officially ruled out Joe Burrow with a toe injury. Panthers are also losing offensive lineman Robert Hunt and Austin Corbett to injured reserve. Michigan football acting head coach Biff Poggi told the media this morning that safety Rod Moore is progressing well to play this week against Nebraska. Michigan State coach Jonathan Smith didn't have much to say about the availability of receiver Nick Marsh and running back Mekhi Frazier, other than, quote, we'll see what it looks like at the end of the week, end quote. The Red Wings released their new Centennial jerseys and includes a number of subtle nods to the past, including a tribute to the Detroit Cougars and Falcons, throwback wing wheel stitched with chain.
Or when they actually made the playoffs.
Yes, and the years of all 11 Stanley Cup stitched on the inside hem. That was a great transition. Major League Baseball released each team's nominations for the Roberto Clemente Award. Detroit's is their ace, Tarek Skubal. The Tigers have the night off. They start a pivotal series with the Guardians tomorrow, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. So I want to mix something into this, fresh off the heels of a crazy day in the NFL and college. But Lions, if you have a big takeaway from that game, bring it. It's fine. We can continue to take those calls. But I have a question for everyone, both in this room and in listener land. We always hear things of like kids are overstimulated, right? Too much screen time. Or like you hear the term over-caffeinated or overserved. Are we over-officiated? I went through about a 7-minute span on Red Zone yesterday, post-Lions game. And in the 7-minute span, I saw 8 penalties. I saw games decided by the ref show, as I call it. I want to know from Lions fans who watch football, college fans who watch football. Let me just give you a sampling of my weekend, because I think we are in a time of over-officiated games, meaning no one's here to see you, official guy. I shouldn't know what you look like. I shouldn't be able to recognize your mannerisms. You shouldn't really be a part of the game. So the Colts game, 4 seconds after the kick is no good, a flag plops on the field, akin to, I hearken back to Lions Cowboys, Eric Ebron, leveraging 15-yard penalty re-kick. Colts make kick, Broncos lose. Bengals game, a phantom PI that extended the final drive. I'm sorry, late in the game, the margin, the bar you have to clear to get a game-altering, possibly game-deciding penalty, it is higher. That was a ridiculous PI call on Travis Hunter. It wasn't PI, but it was called, and it cost the Jags the game. How about the Chiefs game? Oh, the ref show, the script writers were in rare form. The long snapper moved the football? How else is he supposed to snap the ball, jackass? Too bad Jake Elliott still made the kick. How about the Giants game? An erroneous roughing the passer call that even the rules expert comes on and goes, that's not roughing the passer. He landed on his hands. He didn't use his body weight. Cutscene. Call stands. How about the Cardinals game? 3rd and 32 with Bryce Young running around 25 yards behind the line of scrimmage. The play's going nowhere other than 6 feet under. Defensive holding. Somewhere in another galaxy. Extends the drive.
5-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
First down. And don't get me started in college, where it's missed calls, phantom calls. You want to do the holding that wasn't against Notre Dame. How about the Iowa State game? I know nobody watched. Iowa State, Arkansas State, there should be a criminal investigation. Arkansas State, they took it every which way, and I'll leave it at that. There was multiple phantom calls that brought back touchdowns. They should have beat Iowa State. Yeah. Are we overly officiating?
Well, you had one here that benefited Detroit, but the end of the half, where I'm like, wait, what just happened? Bears walking to the locker room.
Yeah, I know.
Wait a minute. Come on back.
But I can't get people to respond to that because it helped their team.
Oh, I got you.
But my point is, in the pursuit of getting everything right, where everything's reviewed, everything's analyzed, I mean, even now you score a touchdown and you don't really celebrate until you're told you can celebrate. Mm-hmm. We're treated like children. Mm-hmm. Every play that happens, I don't exhale until I don't see the stupid yellow flag graphic. Yesterday in the NFL primarily, I hit a breaking point with it, and I wanted to hear from people. Still happy to take your Lions calls, but I want to open this up to football fans at large. Are we over officiated right now? 248-539-9797.
I think we are, because it goes back to what I said last week, Mike, with all the different camera angles and the 4K TV. We see everything. So I think officials now, their jobs are on the line. They don't want to be known as the person who missed the call. So you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and make a call and pray to God that I got it correct. But you're right. There's some times where it's like, can you just let them play the game? Like, okay, you can call a holding penalty on every offensive lineman every snap of the game. Sometimes you got to let it happen. The biggest one for me is, as you said, a touchdown. You can't get excited about a touchdown for about 10 seconds afterwards, only unless the running back just broke the line and just went 80 yards to the house. And then you're wait, was there a holding? Was there anything else that happens? No little yellow icon? Okay, let's celebrate. Let's shoot off the fireworks.
And again, refs are deciding more games, and I don't think it's appropriate. I wanted to ask, look, your Lions takeaways, it's simple. They rub Ben Johnson's face in it. We talked about it Friday. I thought if they had a shot to do it, they would do it. They did do it. I mean, it's fun. It just doesn't materially change how I feel about the team. I think they're an 11-win team. I mean, you basically beat up a kid in a wheelchair. Congratulations. I mean, you didn't win the Intercontinental Championship yesterday.
No, the only thing that I guess I really liked about at least the offensive line looked a lot better. Yes, it was the Bears, but the offensive line first half.
I like they started the game with a good hard play action.
Right.
First down. No, the offensive line, to TJ's credit, the timing looked better. Everything looked but again, look who you're facing.
I understand.
Careful.
You know
now, hey.
You can only play who's on your schedule.
But look like that against Baltimore, then we're talking.
Right.
Not 52-21, I'm saying the offensive line.
Yeah.
But those are, I just believe the Lions and Michigan, it's the same thing. I'm only judging you on what you do against people that are of your caliber. I know we'll get to more of the college stuff tomorrow and all that, but if Michigan fans are just
no, the Michigan
if Michigan fans are getting calluses on their hands for the wrong reasons because of what they did to CMU, I can't help you.
Yeah,
I'll see it, Nebraska.
No, the Michigan game was a lot like the Lions game. I think it was chicken soup for the soul. It made the fans, and I think it made the players feel a lot better about what happened and coming off of a loss. So, hey, you can do it. You can play great football. So
you can scream at a kid in a wheelchair and demand he get up and run.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, CMU
if you see
can't.
the candy, just take it from that kid.
Just I was blown away. I'm like, it's one thing to let Bryce cook. It's another to empty your playbook and go 63-3, and it's like, okay, guys, what are you proving here?
And the only thing that I would say, you got to teach that kid how to slide. Bryce has got to learn how to slide. You cannot dive for the first down in a meaningless game.
No, it'll come in time.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's the biggest thing. It's something he never had to do in high school. Somebody's going to have to teach him that.
He will. He'll learn. Look, his physical gifts are immense.
Yeah.
But it's just going to take time. Now, I think this Saturday will be another test. That's not going to be a friendly place to play.
Him versus Dylan Raiola.
Honestly, as much as I hate Raiola, it almost makes me root for Underwood.
Right.
Raiola's such a weirdo. I don't want to root for him.
That's what I'm saying. That is the hype bowl right there. You went from 2 back-to-back games, the Show Cause Bowl to the Hype Bowl.
You win. 248-539-9797. Are we over officiated? I've given you what my day in the NFL was yesterday. I can't take anymore. Every play, it's a penalty or a review or a stoppage. And refs are deciding games where they have no business deciding them. The kick was not good from 60. Would you have thrown the penalty if he made it? please step away. At least in the NBA, late game, what it takes to draw a foul goes up.
Yeah.
In football, I just feel like drives being extended in the last 2 minutes of a game, you should have to almost maim somebody.
Well, ironically enough, Mike, the one thing that they didn't call was the play that you hate the most. The tush push, brotherly shove. They lined up offside. They did a lot. Philly did a lot of stuff that the refs should have thrown the flag.
But I can fix that play.
But they didn't. I know.
By banning it. All right.
Well,
you've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills, and you're dealing with an insurance company that just doesn't care. Enter injury attorney David Femininio. Look, those insurance companies, they're not on your side. You need David. He'll fight tooth and nail to get you back on your feet and get you what you deserve. Go to getdavid, getpaid.com. It's more than just a catchphrase. It's a way of doing business. Get David, getpaid.com. 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. It's David Femininio. Also, if you're just joining the show, just an interesting note, not just because you bombed the Bears, your schedule may get a little easier because, look, it's official. The Bears are terrible. They were terrible against the Vikings. They were terrible against you. But now it comes out, we think J.J. McCarthy's been benched. It's very rare in this league to just rule your quarterback out Monday when he didn't leave the field in a stretcher. No practice, no we'll see, no awaiting tests. Ankle sprain? J.J. McCarthy's out, Carson Wentz is in. That feels like, seems like, sounds like a faux benching. Why? Watch last night's game. I dare you.
Yeah.
I dare you.
It was Justin Jefferson not happy at the end of the game. It looks like he walked into Kevin O'Connell's office. We got to make some changes. We have to do something, or I become diva wide receiver and start demanding a trade.
Well, what also could be in play is after this week, they play 2 international games. So if he can't make the trip because he's hurt, he's not going to play for the second international game.
David, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
In your esteemed media career and your 25 years of watching NFL football, how many times have you seen quarterback out sprained ankle?
Not on a Monday when you have a whole week to practice.
Or just period.
Now, if it said ankle severed, used as hors d'oeuvre, yes, out.
Broken ankle, something like that. Sprained ankle means, okay, you know what? We're going to sit him and get back to us Thursday or Friday after we go through the treatment.
We're awaiting testing. And out.
You sleep in the hyperbaric chamber. Whatever you got to do to make this
They may just
thing
lock
work.
JJ in there anyways. That was unbelievable. That 7 of 8 quarters, that offense has looked, help me.
It was. And the Atlanta defense was relentless.
Yikes.
Amazing what happens when you draft a bunch of edge rushers.
Oh, my. Let's go to Greg, 97.1. Greg, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Michael Paisan, I love your voice. Love your show. Anyway, I thought the takeaway for the Lions, I know it was a blowout. Bears are bad. But when they had a chance to, they got a turnover, they didn't score. They got something else, they didn't score. They didn't let the game get away. And I thought that was admirable.
Yes, 100%. No, there's nothing wrong with taking positives from it. It was just weird listening to the other shows and the callers, people acting like it was a referendum game. And I'm going, dude, it was the Bears.
Yeah, and you know what? You're supposed to be the team that's down like that. That's what you're supposed to do. So I thought it was a very good Dan Campbell bounce back. They've not lost 2 in a row in a long time. That's strong for the NFL.
Absolutely. That's why they're one of the better teams in the league. What do you got on this over officiated thing?
It's pathetic, man. It's like it's speechless. Arkansas State, they took it every which way. You painted a good picture, but I don't like it. What are you going to do?
No, it's tough because we all love the NFL, Greg. I use college as an example here or there. Why do we have conference officials officiating non-conference games, meaning a Big 12 team is at a Sun Belt school? Why is it Big 12 officials? No, you got to find a different crew. But for the NFL, that's where the script writers come in. I mean, watching yesterday, do you realize there was one point in the Denver-Indianapolis game, a red zone possession, 4 straight penalties in the red zone? 4. No. 4. Wow. Dude, put the flags away. No one's here to see you. All right, pick your spots. And if it's truly a penalty, the penalty calls itself. But games being decided by this crap. And thank God the Lions blew the doors off the Bears. They don't have to talk about any bad officiating. Did the refs irreparably damage that game? Yeah, they did. It should have been 21-14 at the half. They screwed it up, gave you guys 7. Now, I don't care. I'm not going to apologize for it. But if we zoom out the topic at hand, the quality or lack thereof of NFL officiating and the way these refs insert themselves into the games, it ruins the viewing experience. It just does.
No, it does. I mean, I thought with the eye in the sky type of thing that we would see less of that. I did see like one roughing the passer or something, or targeting got overturned just like that.
Can we get rid of targeting?
No.
Just make a personal foul. But targeting is a nonsense. You're trying to legislate violence. You can't legislate the intent. Like I had to. This is the other thing, and I won't go here because I think the state of broadcast is at an all-time low.
Right.
I listened to somebody say, "Well, it's targeting by definition, but it didn't look like it had intent to injure him."
Here's the targeting.
Wait, what?
Targeting is the way of saying, you know what, we missed on the penalty, but we can still throw a flag. We can call targeting. So that's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean it's just it's patent absurdity is what it is. It's utterly ridiculous. David, a couple of ticket texts. I'll get back to the callers, please.
I need a penalty explained in 7 words or less. The refs are now summarizing novels when describing the penalty.
Yep.
That's John in Lake Orion. I don't like how long it takes to officiate, but I do want the calls to be correct.
Okay, but here's the problem. Being correct, the issue is the amount of penalties. You can call a penalty on every single play. We cannot be watching NFL football games that approach 20 flags. You can't.
No, Mike, you're right, and it takes away from the game because, once again, you can't get excited about anything because you got to wait to see, was that a flag?
Here's the other thing.
No.
Do it in concert with these new kickoffs. I feel like everybody basically starts at the logo now. And every kicker is on roids, and they're pounding 70-yard field goals with their special doctored football.
There's something about that because 60-yard kicks are extra points now. Like it used to be, okay, was it Jason Elam or the Bronco kicker was the only one who can kick a 60-yard?
And that was the altitude.
Right. And now it's like, oh, okay, I can be in Death Valley.
Indianapolis had a kicker I'd never heard of, and they brazenly played for a 60-yarder.
Right.
What? The
You're
Cowboys set up a 65-yard field goal. Huh?
Yeah. Wild times we live in.
Then
man.
again,
Wild.
then there's the Tennessee Vols. I knew that kid was missing the kick the minute they showed the picture of him. It was Jeremy Otto in a helmet. That guy was dead on arrival.
Sideline reporter was like, yeah, the coach went over to talk to him. He's like, leave me alone. I'm like, oh, no.
He knew. He knew. You also knew it was a bad sign. He was wearing yellow pants when the rest of the team was in white. That kid was dead. And now he may need to transfer.
It just took his scholarship.
It just means more. You know what? That's why I'd never be fit to be a coach or an AD or one of these mega boosters. I would have demanded that kid's removal from the team. I would have cut a check. Like literally, I don't want to see his face anymore. Get rid of him. Well, what do you want us to do with him? I'm paying you to get rid of him, or give him the money to F off. Leave. I can't
walk in the locker room instead of handing out a game ball. Give me your scholarship.
Gone. Turn in your time card.
I'm taking your helmet. But I don't care.
You're giving the kids severance pay? Is that what's happening?
No.
There are no rules in NIL, can I?
Sure.
Here's an amount of money I need for this kicker to go away. So go away. Well, who do you want us to kick? Not my problem. Just not him. I wouldn't, if I were a Tennessee fan, they were showing those people in the crowd. I actually felt bad for those people because I think they knew what was coming. Mm-hmm. They've lost to Georgia so many times in a row. Mm-hmm. They knew what was coming.
I think it's now, 9 in a row or 10 in a row?
I can't wait to play this Kirby Smart audio. I can't believe you and him haven't heard it. You're going to love it. It's spicy.
Though I've often said, and maybe I'm overthinking this, I've often wondered, why don't you just go and get like one of those kids off the soccer team to come and kick for you? Like, I don't understand why that's so difficult when schools are like, we don't have a kicker. You got a soccer team? Yeah, you got a kicker. One of you guys,
but hold on.
Hey, do you want people to actually watch your games?
Here's what I don't understand. Why can't you cross-train someone on the roster that's an actual athlete? That's an actual football player.
So you want an Ndamukong Suh out there?
No, I didn't say a 300-pounder and let's get crazy. I'm saying when you have running backs, wide receivers, corners, safeties, like back in the day,
you know
the quarterback used to kick. At least they're actual athletes. That kid at Tennessee looks like he's not old enough to drive.
Because, Mike, most of them have never kicked a football in their life.
So teach them. You know what? You want to get paid? You want to be pros? Learn a new trade.
Well, I've said,
it's called professional development. You're going away on a trip. Kicking camp.
You want a long career and never get hurt? Become a long snapper. They can't touch you.
Tabor Pepper.
Life is always changing. Hey, it's a part of life.
Yeah, except the Giants suck. That never changes.
When it comes to music, changes all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes, but no matter what changes in 5 years, there's one thing that will remain the same, and that is the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprise? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on the Open Signal Award USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
All right. I got to play this for Kenny and Rico. We've got some Kirby Smart audio. Not that I know it's not the Feinbaum show, but Kirby's a little spicy at the presser today. I want to have some fun with you guys on that. David, a few ticket texts will knock down these calls. We've talked Lions all day. Your big takeaways, they rub Ben Johnson's face in it, and that's all well and good, but you want actual takeaways? Let's get to Baltimore. That was a little chicken soup for the soul yesterday, but I mean, what do you want me? You were an 11-win team going in. You're 11 going out. I think the bigger news is knowing that we had suspicions the Bears are really bad. They are. But the Vikings are actually bad too. And now it looks like JJ's getting benched, even though they're claiming it's an ankle sprain and he's out. Mm-hmm. Huh? Never have I heard of that in my career. High ankle sprain? Different. With testing, with imaging. We'll see later in the week. Never Monday morning ankle sprain out, Carson Wentz in. Well, did you watch the tape? Because the minute you turn the tape on, you realize you can't play this kid. He's been unplayable 7 of 8 quarters.
I was about to say he did have the one good quarter for the comeback.
But who was it against?
The Bears.
Mm-hmm. David, go ahead.
Just call it what it is, guys. Refs are corrupt. The betting entities will figure out a covert way to reward them.
Oh, don't say that. What is that, by Jonte Porter?
No, it is not. Someone says, are we sure that they're not kicking balls that are filled with helium? Something's happening out there, and it's weird.
Well, I just, they're able to use the special kicking balls or whatever the hell rule they changed. But something is fundamentally changed with kickers. You know, I hear Kenny cue the old people music. Back in my day, if you hit a 48-yarder, that was a pretty good, that was a pop. 52, 53 was for the elite.
Right.
Now you can get a homeless guy off the street in the Dr. Pepper contest. They're hitting a 58-yarder.
Right, like I said, only in Denver were you able to hit a 60-yard field goal. That was it, and it was because of the altitude.
I'm more surprised when a guy misses from 58 or 60 now.
And the thing is, it's not even like the ball barely goes over the crossbar.
No, good from 70.
Right.
Aubrey's kick yesterday against the Giants, that was good from Plano, Texas.
Right, it's like, okay, it's barely going to make it. No, not anymore. Made it by 15 yards.
David.
Completely agree. The NFL is over-officiated. One reason I like hockey better is that when a penalty is called, there is no need to meet with the 5 families every single time to discuss what it should be. Someone else says, nothing worse than 3rd and 30 becoming a first down due to illegal contact.
Yep.
What a complete joke.
You on 3rd and 30, it should be so obvious. The penalty should call itself. Otherwise, we're moving on. And instead, look at the Carolina game yesterday. They extended the drive on a farce. I'm sorry. It's just too much. Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how are you? I love the wheelchair analogy. So I think that I'll talk about the officiating, but I think the Lions had the appropriate response for the team that we hope and we think they are. But with regard to the officials, I really stay with me here. I really think there's this air of political correctness that filters down from the top, this whole fairness thing. And the biggest thing for me is there's no accountability.
Well, we agree, Mark, as Rico has said it for years, and I agree. They should have to do a post-game press conference with video. Show us.
And I think that's across every sport. NHL, referees know they're not going to be held accountable, so there's no skin in the game for them.
No, and you know what else I don't like, Mark? Why are we having more of these official conferences? It's a penalty or it's not. Yeah. What are we conferencing?
Yeah, hold on. We got to go to New York, and we got to take collect call from Toronto.
Yeah, and I think a couple of callers have said I'm not sure if it's going to be realistic or not, but if you're going to be having these kickers, then let's have the field goal post move in or out. So if they're going to kick it from 65 yards, let's make it so narrow that they have to hit it, right?
Yeah.
So I think something like the USFL or something like that.
Well,
so
I brought it up Friday. I still think putt-putt could be the leading innovator there. Clown's mouth or the what do you call it? Like the wind turbine. We need to throw something in there. If they're going to be ripping these things from 60, come on, we got to have something.
Narrow goalpost.
Pull the Randy Johnson. Release some seagulls or something to block the ball.
Or
anything.
Trick shot. If you hit the post, worth 5 points.
Do you realize the Giants hold the NFL record for losing from 60-plus yard field goals?
I didn't even know that was a record.
Yeah, it's a record, and we hold it. Let me go to Joe, and then I'll get you this Kirby Smart. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, 2 quick points, one on the Lions, the other on over officiating. First on the Lions, consider everything that's happened the first 2 weeks. That schedule doesn't look nearly as daunting today as it did 2 days ago.
Agreed.
And, yes, and as for over officiating, 2 ways to deal with that. Allow coaches challenges on penalties, which they don't now, and also fine these officials for making bad calls. Keep that flag in their pocket unless it's open and obvious, or they're going to have it hit them where it hurts the most. It should be a meritocracy for players and officials.
Agree.
Joe, Joe, you know what? Go to the podium and say why you blew the call or what you saw. At least maybe we could have some empathy and like, okay, I get it, I blew. Everybody else, if a coach has a bad game, if a player blows a shot, everybody else has to face the music. The referees get carted off with security.
And again, a game was decided yesterday. Playoff seeding could be decided yesterday by a borderline phantom flag, Indianapolis and Denver. I mean, guys, I'm bringing up examples all over the league from yesterday. That flag, the kick is wide, the game's over. Boop. Oh, wait, there's a flag that just appeared. Leveraging 15-yard penalty unless you stabbed the long snapper. We're not calling that.
No way. And the premise should be it's not a penalty unless it's so obvious that you absolutely have to call it.
That's right.
And you got to find these guys for bad calls.
I love it, Joe. I'd have no problem with it. Every blown call, $5,000. That'll rack up real quick. Because I don't think the average fan wants penalties called. We all scream, Kenny will scream, shoot the puck. You'll scream, that's holding. Like, shoot the puck guy in football is holding guy. Holding guy screams, that's holding on every play. That's because there is holding on every play.
You know what? You're right. Or that's interference. And do the whole
shoot the puck
and do
guy.
the whole flag thing. Throw the flag, ref. Throw the flag.
Shoot the puck. You want this Kirby Smart audio?
I do.
I really want your and Kenny's reaction to it because I'll tell you, spicy. That's all I can tell you. And it's just some fun. It's a one-segment talker, okay?
Broncos Nation, let's ride.
Too soon. FanDuel Sportsbook, your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns or just generally betting against the Miami Dolphins. FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token tonight. No matter what side you're on, look, Buccaneers, Wirfs out, Godwin out. Maybe the Texans 0-1 at home, little desperation. I know Rico's just going to bet everything Emeka Ibuka, so I'll just leave that alone. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present, Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration, max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, before we get to a football today, if you want immediate Lions stuff, Odyssey.com Rewind, we talk through it. We've talked through the state of officiating in this sport, but I want to play this. Kenny, I need you to be focused for a moment. Enrico is a college football guy. I am surprised you two haven't heard this. So big, Georgia, Tennessee was a classic. And if you thought Brian Kelly was the only coach that was spicy this weekend, Kirby at his presser today recapping the Tennessee game. Are you prepared for this?
Let's go.
All right.
I'm ready.
David, hit it.
It's a great AI fake. That's terrific. There's no shot in a million years anybody even comes close.
I just wanted to see. A buddy of mine sent it to me. He goes, Cott's going to love this. I just wanted to see if we could get through that either of you believed it was real.
No.
The jiggly part at the beginning was, I think for me, the dead giveaway. I was like, there's no way he said that.
See, you know what, Kenny? That one, I'm like, okay. Rivalry, maybe he's just whatever.
Why did he call him a jiggly bastard or something? Oh, yeah, I believe he said that.
I've been trying to keep a straight face for an entire minute because he knew immediately.
So Kenny knew him. Rico went along with that for about 15 seconds.
Right. Then I was like, I'm like, oh my God.
Did he just call his kicker a little bitch?
Then I'm saying, oh my God, I think Mike fell for it.
Why are we giving dogs Viagra?
No. It was that a buddy of mine. This is like my friends look out for me. If they see anything remotely useful for the show, they send it. I go, all right, David, you're going to have to really edit this. That was AI generated. Now, how scary is that, by the way?
Very.
Because it actually sounds like Kirby.
No, because it was funny because I saw the same thing. It was like a Mahomes talking about Travis Kelce.
Yes.
Oh, man.
And I was laughing because I was like, yeah, everything he just said.
This is the new Twitter account, like Adam Schefter with like 3 F's in the name where it fools some people. People are going to fall for stuff like that.
No, I know. Obviously, we didn't.
Of course,
I only
but
played this for you because you're a Georgia guy, and I'm like, Kenny.
That jiggly bastard over there. This is like Viagra for dogs.
Heupel was on the receiving end of that. I'm sorry. I had to. It was a great win for your team. I just when I listened to it, I go, oh my God, that sounds just like Kirby. That's terrifying.
Yeah, some of them are so close where, like, if you're not really paying attention or in the know at all, you will fall for it.
Unless, of course, he calls the opposing team's kicker a bitch. But I want to live in a world where that's how coaches talk at the podium. Honestly, that's amazing.
I don't think you're going to get that, Mike, but...
What do you think about Kalen DeBoer? He sucks.
I mean, what's wrong with that?
He's a bitch. Like, what do you mean? You can't say that.
I just did. All right.
That's those good rivalry games.
Yes. You remember what those are like? Yeah. Oh, wait. No, we don't.
Oh, well, you can't spell citrus without UT.
Thank you. That's like 30 years ago. Good on you. Florida. Yeah, that was Spurrier.
Yeah.
When Peyton Manning was there. Yep.
Now make a deep fake of that.
No, that was real.
No. I mean, like, make it so that it's a deep fake.
Make one of Jonathan Smith. Oh, wait. It would be a bowl of oatmeal. Don't even get me started. Just don't even get me started on what took place this week.
It's a big win for you guys. Come on.
No, it's honestly, Kenny, we're a 5-6 win team. So you can miss me with that. That when you get the line of scrimmage controlled, not going to say dominated, but controlled by a 1AA team, yeah, we're done here. Oh, and by the way, this is why I said the Boston College win was fun. You didn't hear me alter my win perspective. Boston College went out and lost to one of the worst Power 4 teams in America in Stanford. So how good are they? They're not. Ergo, MSU is just going nowhere fast. I mean, Aiden Childs is going to be exciting. He's going to do his thing. I think he's a hell of a talented kid, but Jonathan Smith isn't building a program here. In the day and age where there's a portal and you can buy edge rushers, what happened? Did you miss the flash sale? This is the single worst. See, I said I wasn't going to get into this, and look at what Kenny did. He just rolled the hand grenade in the bedroom and shut the door.
He read the book by B. Holmes that you don't need an edge rusher.
No, it's entitled
We're Good.
It's another year without an offensive line. It's another year without a defensive line, and they're going to go to USC. They're going to give up 40. They're 17-point underdogs for a reason. And I already looked. They are underdogs. You know what? No, I'm not stopping now. They're underdogs in 8 of their last 9 games. You know what? See yourself out.
Here's the thing, Mike. Once again, you're getting angry over something that hasn't happened yet. Let it happen. Okay. Get angry. Hasn't happened yet. Okay? We said
I applaud you for being ahead of the game, Mike.
Win 3 out of the next 4 games.
Because it's going to happen.
You know what, David? You won one. You got a free square for another one. Now, you got to win either Nebraska or USC. And if you don't, we'll unleash the hounds.
Right now, I'm AI Kirby Smart.
Okay.
Okay?
You can't get angry over something that has
I
not
can get
happened.
angry at the 3 hours I wasted Saturday watching that garbage.
It wasn't fun.
It was trash.
Did you see Kelly's punt return?
Where he fell on his face at the 2. And apparently our whole team is made of glass because the injuries just piled up left and right. Well, you know what? That's what happens when you don't do your effing job and your starters are in the 4th quarter against the Youngstown Welders Committee or whatever that trash is.
Not even a thing that I thought you would be upset about.
I'm upset about all of it.
You're upset about a lot of things, but I thought you would have been really upset about the end of the first half.
The only thing I'm happy about is I'm not a UCLA fan. Oh, wait, I'm not a VTech fan. Other than that, it's just what it is. It's going nowhere. And all these mealy-mouthed Spartans, just give coach time. You don't get time. You turn rosters over.
Right.
Big noon or whatever it is, Saturday. Illinois, Indiana. Both with sexy numbers next to their name. I must have missed the Signetti time warp. Bert Bielema and his duvet cover have Illinois looking like a monolith. I don't have a guy that can get within 2 feet of a quarterback. Not one. I mean, it's all boats and hose. You can buy whatever you want. You're the vacuum salesman. It's a Vegas convention. Do your thing. Nope, not us. Now, great. Now we go to L.A., 3 touchdowns worse than USC. And I'm supposed to feel good about that in year 2? I'm AI Kirby Smart. That's how I feel. They look like a 5-win team.
How about this?
What?
Monday, let loose.
Bastard.
No. Think about it. Think about it.
You jiggly son of.
You'll have the complete runway because the Lions will play later that day.
I know.
So we can just recap the
game.
No,
it's fine. It's just like
it's frustrating because you want to see better.
No, it's frustrating because our fans suck.
You can go and get the players, and you chose.
No, but our fans make excuses for this crap.
Not all of them.
Enough of them.
You have
enough of them to hear how you complain to me about how everybody up in East Lansing is.
Well, that's different.
No, it's not.
There are 2 camps. I mean, it's like the red states and the blue states, Mike. There are 2 camps of people when it comes to Michigan State football. Either you see what it's going on right now, or you're like, you hearken back to the days of old, and you got to give a coach 5 years. No, you don't. UCLA just proved you get 15 games, and then your head's in the chopper.
Yeah, and all I said to you is I need 8-4 this year, and right now I don't see any way they get there. The product is lousy. And before you talk to me about, oh my God, but what about Nick Martin? Well, he's dead too. And second of all,
he's not dead.
But second of all, their offense is totally uneven. They can't run the ball. They couldn't run it really against Western. They can't run it against Youngstown State. What's the point of any of this? Like, it's just you can't buy offensive linemen that are.
Wait, they had a running back run for 100 yards against Western.
Wow, a whole hundy,
and then the other guy ran for like 60 yards.
Okay, where's the explosiveness in this run game? Oh wait, there is none.
You don't have the canine factor of somebody who could just take it to the house.
You're right, because all we have are dogs.
Go ahead.
No, I have nothing else to say. I blame Kenny Cott for this entire segment because we did the AI Kirby Smart, and then he got me back by just rolling the hand grenade out there, and I said I wouldn't get into it, and I did get into it.
I just wanted to congratulate you, man. It's a big win for you. No, you're number one.
You're great. I got nothing. I don't even have a football team.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not.
Do you need a minute?
Nope. I'm good. I don't need to take a walk like my dad did after the Giants-Cowboys game.
You know what? Why don't you go get one of those 73 slices of pizza or whatever? 73
We do not have a Hungry Howie's commercial coming up. And you don't order and get 73 slices. It's a singular. You know what? Choke. Hit the button.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. Michigan quarterback Bryce Underwood has earned Big Ten Freshman of the Week honors after passing for over 200 yards and rushing for another 100 and 2 scores, 3 in total. Acting Michigan head coach Biff Poggi said that safety Rod Moore could have played against Central Michigan, and he does expect him to play this week against Nebraska. On the MSU gridiron, offensive lineman Luka Vincic could be a long-term injury and likely out for the entire year. Kick returner Lante Brown in that same classification. In terms of receiver Nick Marsh and running back Mekhi Frazier, they're waiting to see what it looks like at the end of the week. NFL insider Adam Schefter says that former Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy is expected to miss 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain. The Vikings play the Bengals, who will also be without their guy Joe Burrow for at least 3 months. Dan Campbell provided the latest on edge rusher Marcus Davenport yesterday after he left the game with 2 different injuries. Offensive lineman Christian Mahogany also left the game early. He's another player they're checking on, but Campbell thinks he'll be okay. The Red Wings have released their new Centennial jerseys that they'll wear more than a dozen times this year at home. Pre-orders are now being taken. The Tigers have the day off. They prepare for Cleveland tomorrow. The lead in the Central down to just 6.5 games, with 6 games left exactly against the Guardians this year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's touch the table. Football. Music, please. Now, is this part 2?
This is part 2. This is college edition.
All right. Can we say that MSU is headed nowhere fast?
This is what we're gonna
they're
do.
not getting worse, but they're not getting better. They're just oatmeal in the bowl.
No, Mike, I would say that now the rubber's going to hit the road, and we're going to see what happens when they go on the road.
Can we
Mike,
say...
do you want me to do this or not? Get it out your system. Go ahead.
Can we say comprehensively this is the worst defensive line room in the history of Michigan State University?
No. Did you see last year?
Can we say... Okay, just go ahead.
Okay. You done? All right.
No, they stopped the run, but damn it, they can't rush the passer.
Baby steps. Can we
say
Can we say that Clemson is in trouble?
Nona's dead. David already read Psalms and they started scooping dirt on her. Trouble, they're done. They look like a 5-loss team. They are absolute ass. Dead. Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing going into that game. I was reading everything about them, offensive struggles, and it just continues. How, when you have Cade Klubnik? It doesn't make sense to me.
How does Georgia Tech have a better program than we do? Can we say?
You know what? This was a mistake. This was an absolute
Kenny
mistake.
started it.
David.
I want to hear more. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm just going to let him go.
No, go ahead.
Can we say that No, I'm just kidding. Can we say that Tennessee may not bounce back from this loss?
It's a great question. I'll say no. I mean, in today's day and age, you can lose a couple of games and still make the playoff, but that is going to be a tough one to get over. You're at home. You're up 21-7. You're up late. You blow the lead. You get the ball. You drive down the field, and you ask your idiot kicker just to hit a fairly easy field goal, and he doesn't, and you lose again to Georgia. I'll say they can get over it, but, only because of the expanded playoff. In the old days, oh, no. This would be a killer.
No, I'm not saying a kid. I don't know if they get over this, Mike. You literally saw the angel of death on a Harley just going through the stadium snatching souls.
Correct. It's because of the history of those two in that game. I don't think they can move past it.
Exactly. There's certain games you lose and you just shrug it off and it's 24 hours later, and then there's other ones that stay with you forever.
Can we say MSU has a terrible offensive line? Again.
No.
What?
They're not terrible.
Have you watched the pass protection? And by the way, you know what? Leave it alone. Go ahead, next.
You know what?
No.
Here. No. Here.
No,
Here.
come on.
Here.
Come on, Rico.
Here. I'm not going to get finished with this.
Do it. I believe in you.
Can we say that Biff Poggi has unleashed the cheat code for Michigan?
No, not even close. It was Central Michigan. No, he hasn't released anything.
God.
Do it against Nebraska. Do it against USC. Do it against the better teams.
I just tell you that they live in an alternate reality. It's CMU. Show me Saturday. I mean, I'm happy they let the kid play, but again, CMU again. Like here's the deal: CMU against Power 4 competition this year has lost by a combined. Are you ready for this? 108-20. All right. Pitt did the same thing.
Okay.
Are we? Again, I'm not going to do this crank yankers routine with people.
I really don't want to read this next one,
Read
so
it.
I'm going to move on to
No, read it.
Can we say Texas Tech is the team to beat in the Big 12?
Not yet. Show me a win at Rice Eccles before we go there. They've got fat and sassy on garbage, including Oregon State. Show me. They got to go take on Devin Dampier in Utah. Big noon. Win that game, we'll talk. Baron Morton is still in one piece. They're oft injured, but very good quarterback. You got to show me at Rice Eccles before you earn that deal. Guns up.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. UAPB, Kent State, and Oregon State.
Arkansas Pine Bluff?
Yeah, whatever.
Football
Nothing
power.
to be happy
I
about.
bet you they have a better O-line than State.
Okay.
Can we say? Go ahead.
I'm going to regret this one. I already know.
Why do you think so little of me? Carry on.
I've worked with you. Can we say that UCLA made the right decision?
Yes. When your coach opens
Hold on. Let me just go ahead and throw that grenade in there. Go ahead.
No grenade. When Deshaun Foster got up there and said, "Hi, we play in LA with USC and things." I mean, it just not a second of his 15 games as the UCLA head coach have you felt like this had a chance to eventually leave the runway and get into the air. I'm glad they did what they did. It shows maybe they're halfway serious.
So
it's the same thing for VTech. Why wait? We don't live in a society where waiting makes any sense.
Funny you say that, Mike. Sadly, that's going to be what he's known for at UCLA.
I'm always going to remember him as a really good running back at UCLA, but I'll just choose to avoid the 15-game career.
As a coach, yes. Speaking of Virginia Tech, can we say that Beamer's kid should be the next coach of Virginia Tech?
No.
Or do they dare go get Michael Vick?
Honestly, with the boats and hose nature of the sport, I would just say, why don't you do a Coach Prime 2.0? I don't know that Michael Vick can coach a damn thing of football, but he could sure recruit. Every year, that Tidewater area, that Virginia, the state of Virginia has 10 to 15 blue chip athletes. Do you know how many of them end up at VTech? Maybe one. They have lost their hold on that. You bring Mike Vick in, we turn on the highlight reel, we get some NIL money. Hell, have Mike Vick bring some money. I would do it because otherwise you're fading into oblivion. Beamer won't take that job because he's already said explicitly why he left. He never was going to be anything other than Frank Beamer's son if he stayed. Plus, you're not getting him to leave the SEC. Now, if they bleep can him, maybe. But no.
No, please no on Michael Vick. I don't know if he can coach. I don't want the
Why
circus.
does it matter? Boats and hose.
I don't want the circus.
See, I don't know if he would be the circus like Dion. No. David, sometimes you're the ringmaster of your own circus, and sometimes the people just follow you. I think the people would follow Michael Vick. Dion was the ringmaster.
I don't know if he can actually coach. So what are we following?
Oh, what's the difference?
I don't stake, man.
Look, I'm just making a point to you, David. That program needs a life raft. VTech is at risk of going into oblivion. I mean, and that's a proud program. That's a program that's played for a national championship. That's a program that for years was a contender, was a BCS Bowl program, was a good program. Now they were down 31-0 to Old Dominion. At that point, bulldoze your stadium.
And I watched that game. Wow.
Oh, dear.
Can we say that LSU is the best team in the SEC?
No, because their offense is limp. Now, defensively, Blake Baker has got them cooking. They had DJ Lagway in hell. We always make the joke. You can cue up that Georgia drop. I mean, Lagway was out there. He should have been rolling out with a piano and sunglasses. He had no idea what was going on. He could have thrown as many as 7 interceptions. He threw 5. But I don't like what I see from LSU's offense. You're not going to survive an SEC schedule thinking you're scoring 20 a week and winning. I don't buy it. I'll say no.
Yeah, not ready to say that yet.
Okay. Kenny?
Well, I mean, if Georgia's defense is actually this bad, then anybody can survive an SEC schedule, I guess. They were Swiss cheese against Tennessee.
Really? Take a look at my defense.
SEC, Mike, not Big Ten.
Are you going to let me get this last one out?
Yeah.
Okay. We saved the best for the last. Can we say that Notre Dame will still be a playoff team?
Should they or will they?
Will they?
Yes, because this is nothing more than boats and hose and WWE.
Okay, no. Should they be a playoff team?
Absolutely not. You played two good opponents, you got roasted by one of them, and you gave up 100 to the other. No. The rest of their schedule is trash. And when you don't play in a conference and you think you're all special, you only get a couple of showcases. Well, you showed your ass. Congrats on the new logo. See you later. But will they? Yes.
Well, no, because here's the thing. Because they don't play in a conference title game.
Doesn't matter.
That may hurt them.
Hose. That's all the sport is. Hose. They're making it. 10-2 Notre Dame for the brand. They'll make it.
They will make it, actually.
Hose.
They will.
They'll make it.
Why do I try?
Can we say?
Is this segment called Boats or Hose? Georgia, boat. LSU, boat. Notre Dame, ho.
You know what, Kenny? Maybe I'll do that for tomorrow.
No, I love Can We Say. This is my favorite.
No, maybe tomorrow say we boats or hose.
Michigan State, it would be pup tents and construction barrels.
We fixing the damn roads. All right. That's Can We Say That College Edition 97.1. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren all September long. Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign supported by Rebel Dogs Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, there are so many that aren't that lucky. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet, drop off pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado in their showroom. Your donation will make a difference. Then, while you're there, talk to Andrew and his sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the September Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4, $299 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. You just have to walk in with $995 down and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.